Supplement, right? That theme tune that you use, was that specially made for your channel?
I bought the license for it.
Oh, it's just a license, is it?
How we doing? Very, very good morning, good afternoon, good day, good evening, wherever you're watching from in the world. It's your Ted Coningsby channel, live here at the 48th Fighter Wing, the only wing with a name as well. That's right, the Statue of Liberty wing, imprinted, embezzled on their insignia, Statue de la Liberté, and it's been like that since 1954. So it'd be interesting to see the 48th's lineage of insignias. Before that, you'll notice it doesn't have Statue de la Liberté, and that's, for those that know, and for those that don't know, that's all because of their move in 1952 to France at Chaumont Air Base, where it was about 25 miles away from the very workshop of Bartholdi, who built, designed, etc. the Statue of Liberty. 2 years after that, in 56, they sold a French Ford sedan, raised $1,700 of 1956 money, and they made a 3-meter replica of the Statue of Liberty, which still exists there today, and there's even one here as well. There we go. And on your screens right now is a C-17 Globemaster running, looking good, smoking as well nicely. And of course, my name's Nikos, I'm your cameraman, a historian and commentator of the Ted Coningsby channel. This is our squadron leader, Ted Coningsby. You can tell by the flag that there's not much Mork and Mindy. It's not very Mork and Mindy. Get my words out right, got to push back those dentures. Right, Ted, what we got, mate? C-17 about to go, is it? Nice. So I made that decision to start the show with the C-17 because there's hasn't been any signs of the 48th Operations Group activities as far as flying's concerned, but it'd be a shame not to catch this for you all. Now this beautiful C-17 powered by Pratt & Whitney's F-117 engines, producing just over 40,000 pounds of thrust in each of the 4 engines. That's equivalent to a Eurofighter on each engine. Wow, that's impressive. Capacity of a C-17, let's give you all the stats. With a length of 174 feet, that's 53 meters, and a wingspan of 169 feet, 9.6 inches with that, 51.755 meters. You can take 102 troops or 132 paratroopers or 134 troops with palletized and sidewall seats. Can take a right mixture of cargoes and pallets, and 18 of the 463 litre master pallets, 170,900 pound capacity of cargo distributed, and it can also take a total of 25,839 pieces of salmon. That's true. This is based on a teddy bear's diet of a 3 kilo salmon.
Per sitting.
And I think someone worked out how many Big Macs you could take. I think it was something like 64,000 Big Macs on one of these as well. Or was it pepperoni pizza? Oh, there we go. Why not? There we go. So have fun, enjoy. This is your one and only Ted Coningsby channel, where we do things a little bit different here. Why not? It's all very well having palletized cargo, but let's put some salmon in the mix with a Big Mac. No promotion on McDonald's there, by the way, but there we go. Even though I just did. Contradictory. I have no affiliation with McDonald's, by the way, although they do feed quite a lot here. But let's not take it away from the master that is Dave's burger van that's just outside here. He does the most wonderful burgers. Get yourself some breakfast, brunch and lunch as well. Locally sourced produce as well, from eggs, bacon and burgers and sausages from the local butchers. This is sounding like a food show, culinary show right now. There we go. That's how we do it. And of course, a big shout out to the 48 Fighter Wing. And remember, the wing consists of many, many roles. So don't forget that. The actual flying component is the 48th Operations Group. You'll hear group quite a lot. This is quite a structural thing from the Second World War, call it what you like. But you've got an Air Force, and then you've got a wing, and then you've got your groups which manage different things. So for example, we've got the 48th Medical Group. How you doing? Bless them. They do all the bloody work, as they say. I love that patch. Very good motto. I do love that. The blood donors, and they do provide all the dental and all the healthcare, because they need to make sure that all personnel are fit and healthy to operate an F-15 or an F-35 or any other instruments, for example, ATC. They provide medical care for both the crew from Mildenhall and here at Lakenheath as well. So very big responsibility. Of course, you've got the communications squadrons, you've got the controller, you've got special security forces, you've got OSI. There are a lot of units. And like I said, the 48 Operations Group consists of the maintenance group that they have, the mission support group, the actual fighter squadrons. There are 4 which we'll go into detail very shortly. The 48th Medical Group, yeah, it's a wonderful thing to, you know, a whole range of roles, from communications, fighter generation squadrons, munitions, technicians, mechanics, armourers, the lot. And of course, as we mentioned, the security forces side of things as well. The law enforcement, LE desk, how you all doing there? And the contractors privately. We've also got Phoenix here that do the animal sort of airfield wildlife control unit as well. The 4 fighter squadrons, or the 4 flying squadrons, are indeed the 492nd Fighter Squadron. Guns up! They are the Mad Hatters, locally known as the Bowlers. They fly the F-15E Strike Eagle. Next up, the 493rd Fighter Squadron, the Grim Reapers. Fear the Reaper. And they fly the F-35A. They're the latest squadron to have transitioned to the F-35A, which was in 2022. Next up, we got the finest, meanest, baddest, and that is, of course, the 494th Fighter Squadron, the Panthers. Bleed red. They fly the F-15E Strike Eagle. And last but not least, making history, and of course with a nickname change, the 495th Fighter Squadron, the Valkyries, who could have been named Ravens, the Sabres, the Archangels, the Daggers. It is, of course, the 495th Fighter Squadron, the Valkyries. Mala ipsa nova, bad news itself. And they fly the F-35A. When I say history, 15th December 2021. They were the first unit of USAF, the United States Air Force in Europe, and for the 48 Fighter Wing to operate the F-35A. Now USAF, and of course this station, RAF Lakenheath, the 48 Fighter Wing, along with the 100th Air Refuelling Wing at Mildenhall, the 501st Combat Support Wing, they're 3 of 10 units that are part of the 3rd Air Force, which is the HQ for the USAF and the United States Air Force in Africa. Listen to that sound, that howl there. That's your Pratt & Whitney F100 PW 229. And that's of course in the F-15E Strike Eagle. So 1 howl, 1 engine, so you need 2 to make an aircraft. I know it sounds silly, but bear that in mind. This C-17, no idea where it's from. But it's always nice to see different... And here we go. Hope we're all good, ladies, gents, teddy bears. There we go, there's an F-15 there. So that's 1 whole F-15. And you can hear startups which do not result into departures. They do test and run the engines, so bear that in mind. I had a call the other day, and I was speaking to a lady over the phone about a booking that I'm taking care of for the holidays that I've got for next year, and she said to me, bear with me, and I said, yeah, I know, I've got one as well. And she didn't quite get it at first. Bear with me? I've got a bear with me. There we go. Everyone's shaking their heads. It could be the end here. Love it. How are we all doing? Hope we're all good and in good cheer. And yeah, it's not Friday. It feels like a Friday because we're here. And we are still thinking about where to go for Halloween tomorrow. Leave it with me. There's another startup. So that's a good sign that we could have movement shortly. Another start up there. That's the F-15E Strike Eagle. That's the only variant that they have here, and have done so since 1992. Been operating here. In 94 we saw the arrival of the F-15C and D models, which I'll explain later on in the show. The F-15E Strike Eagle, a family version, a 2-seater. At the back you've got the Weapons Systems Operator, WSO, nicknamed Wizzo, and they take care of using the sniper pod, constantly tracking, locking, using the guided ordnance. It is dual controlled, so they can fly it for a few reasons specific, long transit flights, or if the pilot becomes unwell, or other reasons, other scenarios. And of course you've got the fighter pilot at the front. Now the cool thing is about that, this makes a very good effective team. As they say here, with a team like this, you've got the pilot rowing the boat and the Wizzo shooting the ducks, as they say here. No ducks were harmed in the in that quote. Look at the size of that tail. Look at it. Massive stabilizer. Beautiful. And there you go, another start up there you can hear in the background. And if you just joined us, let's kick start. Oh, hello. That sounds nice, doesn't it? Let's kickstart the stream. Please hit that like button. Do support the channel. Give us a thumbs up. You've been cleared. Touch and go on the like button. And do subscribe to your one and only Ted Coningsby channel. Lovely sounds. Lots of startups for us to enjoy. Please keep it sweet and neat in the chat rooms. Keep it related, on topic. So for example, aviation related, fun aviation related, history, how things work with aircraft. Look at this. Shout out to the RAPCON, that's radar approach control in the tower there at Lakenheath. They run both Mildenhall and Lakenheath, by the way, as Mildenhall is 24 hours, been so close. Mildenhall just in this direction, as you can see here, about 5 miles in the direction of the backwards crow flying. Yes, we did have a backwards crow flying on the stream once. I think that was at Coningsby. Yep, lots of startups now, so that's a good sign for us. So enjoy F-15E Strike Eagles. If you've just joined us, welcome to the show. My name's Nikos, I'm your cameraman, historian and commentator of the show. It's a lot of startups. So this will taxi down the Warrior Walk, as we call this taxiway. They are officially just called taxiways. They are marked with letters A to Z. There's a lot of startups. Oh, that's a good shot in the background there. We've got it's like a tanker from Mildenhall.
That's Jake going up there.
Oh, was it? Okay, cool. So the C-17 will be taxiing very shortly. Developed from the McDonnell Douglas YC-15, which was a smaller prototype airlifter designed during the 70s. And the idea behind it was to replace the Lockheed C-141 141 Starlifter, and to fulfill some of the duties from the Lockheed C-5 Galaxy as well. The designs were from the YC-15, and took its maiden flight on the 15th of September 1991. The first ever production C-17 delivered to Charleston Air Force Base, South Carolina, on the 14th of July 1993. The first C-17 unit, for those interested, was the 17th Airlift Squadron. It became operationally ready on the 17th of January 1995. It has broken some 22 records for oversized payloads as well. It's won the Collier Trophy in 1994. Listen to those beautiful Pratt & Whitney huge turbofans. few countries that operate the C-17. F-117 engines of the C-17. There are 4 of them. It's got a one-stage fan with a total of 36 blades, by the way, which I have a compressor blade, but from a Buccaneer. I've even got a stator vane from a Tornado here with me. It's got a 4-stage low pressure and a 12-stage high pressure compressor. That's whopping 16-stage compressor. They're annular combustors with a 2-stage high pressure and 5-stage low pressure turbines. That is amazing. I've never heard of that before. I guess for those that tune into civilian oriented themed shows, we'll probably come across that kind of thing, but with fighter jets they either have 1 or 2. Compressor ratio depends on variant, but they got 27.6 to 31. That means it compresses the air up to 31.2 times. It's got a bypass ratio of 6.0 to 1. That's quite high, actually. Making it a high bypass, I guess. It's the escorting vehicle. Look at this. Oh, 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 oh. First began operationally, as we mentioned earlier. So yeah, you'll find that if an engine is put into military, it'll have a military designation. So for example, the civilian designation with a few different, slightly different specs, although they're same engine, it'll be a PW2000 on civilian, just like the Boeing 757, quite rightly pointed out. And when it's put in a military designation, it is indeed changed to something else, such as the F-117, although it sounds like the aircraft itself. Similar to the C5 or the Kawasaki C2 as well. They have their own designations in the military. Here we go. The C-17 now comes with a special button that says oi oi now.
I bet everyone knows who it is.
Here we go. Fully, heavily send it. Here we go. There we go, what a great start to the morning with the C-17. Now, it won't be long until we get, my guess that is, it won't be long until we get fighter jets, F-15E Strike Eagles to be exact, taxiing down the runway. Down the catwalk. I think they're on their way already, I can hear the nozzles. So this is what we call the catwalk, a vocab of the Ted Coningsby channel. Of course, it is officially called a taxiway. Well, I hope you enjoyed that. That was quite exquisite to see that.
White start show.
Yeah, great start. Hey! All right, man. You all right? I guess. Oh, right. Okay, cool. Right, so it won't be too long now. My guess is they've been spooling for a few minutes now, and I would have thought in just a few moments' time we'll be seeing the F-15E Strike Eagles taxiing. There we go. So hopefully any minute now. I hope you're all good and hope you enjoyed that lovely C-17 there. For those wondering, there is a escorting vehicle for heavies. We see this at Mildenhall as well. You'll get a follow me truck. It's also called, sometimes you'll get follow me actually in LEDs or lit up, or just a sign on the back of this truck with follow me written on it, on that rear windshield there. And it's to assist the heavies to taxi safely around the airfield. You're right there?
Yeah, you.
Yeah, good. And you want just to do 1, 2 clicks down. Just 2 on the volume.
On the volume.
Just only 2 clicks.
Yeah,
you don't need to
yeah.
go. Just so, because obviously you need to. Just, yeah.
Yeah,
There's something.
don't- yeah, don't
Thank you.
want that.
Cheers. I appreciate that. Thank you. You're a star.
Journey back. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello. What you got here, man? That's fine. I've got the camera locked on there. Cheers. Yes. Senor Davy. Oh wow. Cool. Check these out, lads. Stealth aircraft, secrets of future air power, combat aircraft.
Look at you.
Wow.
What, have you seen this as well? Just quickly, what? Still works. So that could be Halifax, possibly the. I think it's stamped on the edition. Do you know what's really weird? Stamped on this day 87 years ago. On this day,
Wow.
13th of October, it still works.
Wow.
Cool.
So,
Ten- Just asking for a friend.
asking for a mate.
But isn't that spooky on this
Yeah,
day,
on this
87 years ago?
Happy days.
Right, cool, isn't it? So that was genuinely in a bomber. We're not sure where. I can find out from the serial numbers, do some history, but it still works. Good old compass. I'll try and show you that on the screens.
Here we go, Jenny.
Well, this will go down well with your breakfast. There we go, F-15E Strike Eagles. Here we go. A true example of engineering and just absolutely a symbol of American air superiority, a marvel of engineering. And of course, for those who don't know, its whole story dates back to possibly the, even in the 60s. They didn't just start building this. Of course, the concept was stemming back from the 60s, an answer to the Foxbat MiG-25, and they didn't match it. They outclassed it with this. Able to fly back and land with just one wing. The only aircraft to have an air-to-space kill. The aircraft to have a very unusual air-to-air kill as well, using a guided bomb to take out an Mi-24 helicopter. Broken time to climb records. ...104 aerial victories with 0 losses on aerial combat, that is. Staggering. Now these F-15E Strike Eagles have the Pratt & Whitney's F100 PW229s. They are just over £29,000 of thrust each. There are variants that have the 220. How can you tell? Well, I can tell you what to look out for, but you're going to have to get pretty close, or if you've got a lens like that, you can probably see it. So the only way you can tell, unless of course you work here, on the will I get time? Probably not. There's little intake, little pipes that come out about here. I'll show you. There's this little almost like exhausts on the, just about here, they come out like that. One there and one on the other side.
Yeah. They're
229s. And for those that didn't quite catch that, it's quite hard to see from some angles, but if you catch them head on, you can see them. I know this is an F-15C, but the PW229 variant, they've got these little, almost like exhausts that stick out here and here. All right, so that's how you can tell. When it was going head on, you could see them just sort of halfway, shall we say, from its CFTs, conformal fuel tank. So have a look at that. I think some Seymour Johnsons have the 220s. So as far as I know, that's the only way you can tell, but there we go. But anyway, something to look out for. That's part of the intakes, extra exhaust system, intake system for the, sorry, intakes, probably the right word, for the PW229s. Beautiful. 45 degrees angled, cropped wings. They are all metal. There's nothing fancy about it. Just good old engineering. A good old classic, proven fighter. It really is. And I know there's a lot of you on the show that have this as your favourite fighter of all time. Got another one sort of taxiing down now. You can just about see it emerging. I love these sort of shots. So for those that are new, United States military bases have a tail code system, a tail code to mark the station that the aircraft operates from. So LN, Lima November, tail code for Lakenheath. And of course, if you hang around long enough, I'll tell you that it wasn't always LN. It did have a different system and different letters. So the way the 48th operate, the operations group operate the checks, it's done a little bit different. Now, before startup, traditionally, and of course through procedure, the pilot would have given an external check. The pilot would have actually gone round the whole of the aircraft externally. They will still do their checks. So they'll check the angle of attack, static pitos, little sensors. Which I'll show you just really quickly, if I may. They'll check the aircraft pitos, which are these here. They'll check the inlets as well. These are amazing, by the way. I'll give you a little walk around. They'll just check for any loose ordnance around the aircraft, check the elevators, make sure they're okay, check at the business end, make sure the nozzles are fine, etc. They'll check inside the cockpit, they'll check, the wizard will check at the back. There's so many things. They'll also, I've just realised I'm missing a wheel, a part of the gear, but they'll also check for any breakers, for any breakers, circuit breakers that would have popped as well. They will check them. And a really good question someone asked me, why is it that landing gear inside are like bright white? Reason? Because it makes it easier to see if any oil or hydraulic leaks, because if they were dark it would be very difficult to see. Once the pilot is happy and starts up the engine, there are the tags, the remove beret before flight tags. They'll still be on there. They'll taxi down here. This is called an EOR, end of runway, and this allows the fighter generation squadrons and their crew chiefs to check the aircraft that all the parts are working well, and they do this prior to takeoff, and it's a post-taxi check. It is the way that the 48th operates, unique to them. The F-35 is a very different aircraft. This needs a very different startup system, very sensitive, of course. They do that all back at the hangars. Can hear more startups. Oh yeah. Big smiles all round. Big shout out to everyone in the viewing area today. Oi, oi. Hope we're all good and well. We are fortunate to have a viewing area and away from the a road as well. There are a few viewing areas that have a road next to it, so it's quite safe. It's literally a safe position to view aircraft safely. There we go, more startups, happy times. So the ground crew there that you can see, they'll be checking, you can see they're checking the status of the nozzles that they open and close. It helps to have a sweep sound, which I'll explain if you don't know what that is. Checking the elevators, ailerons, make sure it's all working correctly. They'll have a look at any security issues. There could be leaks on the canopy for safety. There are 4 EORs, end of runways. You can park 6 fighter jets. Park up 6 jets on each EOR. There are 2 on this end and 2 at the other end. This is EOR South, and the one that we show by the Warrior Walk, that's EOR for runway 23 north, and of course you've got another 2 at the other end. Same sort of layout, 6 parked up aircraft, fighter jet size. Aspen, good morning to you. Captain A, Jake Sullivan. That reminds me, Tommy Sullivan, always missed on our shows. Hope you're well, man. Hope you're good. Paul Mayers, Margot Baxter, Williams, 88C, Leah, Ian McCabe, Mayhem Marshy. All the names, I can only go by your, I have to try and remember your names. Mark Moody, Dave Holloway, Remco DeVray, how you doing? That looks like, I remember Dexter Paladin, that's Matt Clark, how you doing? Mark Dudley, how we all doing? Hope you're all good and well and tuned in. Big shout out to all of you. Tim Gooch as well, just on the show now. Margot, oi oi to you. To get buzzing, it's time to hit that like button. Let's ride. And of course, part of your checklist later on after the show, don't forget to visit tedconingsby.co.uk to get your latest and greatest merchandise. We ship globally and you can wear it locally. the first, or shall we say the maiden flight of the F-15E Strike Eagle, 11th of December 1986. Received its IOC, initial operation capability. And then went to Seymour Johnson, 30th of September 1989, and found its first ever operational squadron, the at the 4th Tactical Fighter Wing, the 336 Tactical Fighter Squadron. Speed of Mach 2.5, combat range 687 nautical miles, airframe stress rate at plus 9G, surface ceiling 60,000 lovely feet, tons of, it can take a lot, this thing. The F-15E Strike Eagle, if I remember correctly, I think it can take the mostest of goodies on this thing. Can take about 8 AMRAAMs. For those who don't know, AMRAAMs, it stands for Advanced Medium Range Air-to-Air Missile. Can take 8 of those, along with 4 AIM-7 Sparrows and 4 AIM-9, so 16 of them. And then you've also got air-to-surface, the ASRAAMs as well, AGMs, tons of them. And a load of caveways, GBUs, from 10, 12, 24, 27, 28, 54, 39, whatever, CBUs as well, and others. It can really take a lot. With an empty weight of 34,600 pounds. But in this instance, as it's got conformal fuel tanks, CFTs, the Strike Eagle with conformal fuel tanks empty, though, it's 38,909, so nearly 39,000 pounds empty weight. But it does have a max takeoff weight of 81,000 pounds. That is ridiculously awesome. So we're looking at around about 23,000 pounds of external fuel and ordnance, and that's not forgetting the 4 wing pylons, fuselage pylons, bomb racks, the lot. RAF Lakenheath falls under the tri-base system. What that means is that it's sat right bang in the middle. You've got RAF Mildenhall, 5 miles in that direction that we're looking at now, the direction of a backwards profiling, 5 miles, and then to my 5 o'clock, same distance, is RAF Feltwell. It is a non-flying station. It is part of the 48th intelligence, but it did, as well as Mildenhall and here, they were all serving RAF bases once upon a time, which I'll give you the history. 1934, RAF Mildenhall opened. 1st Squadron, 99 Squadron over there, operating the Handley Page Hayford. Oh yeah. And then 1936, operational 1937 with the Harrows. And then the Wellingtons, RAF Feltwell opened. And it wasn't until 1940 that Lakenheath was built. Late 1940, November, we saw Wellington bombers of number 20 OTU, Operational Training Unit. And then followed by some Sterlings that were operating here from 149 Squadron in 1941. Lakenheath was built as a satellite station to Mildenhall, so basically an extension for Mildenhall. And it was very useful because Mildenhall was built with grass runways, so it allowed Lakenheath to be used while the runways of Mildenhall were being upgraded to hardened concrete runways in the Class A configuration, a triangle for those who don't know. Lakenheath RAF base from 1940 to 1948. The 2nd Bomb Group and the 307th Bomb Group arrived from 1948. It was actually the 7th 504th Base Completion Unit that started the US Air Force runnings here. RAF Lakenheath's 48 Fighter Wing didn't arrive here until the same year as the Beatles formed in 1960. They arrived with F-100D Super Sabres in the bare metal first. Basically 48 fighter, well, they were the 48th Tactical Fighter Wing. They arrived with these in the bare metal, the bare natural metal as well. The 48's first ever supersonic or plus Mach 1 aircraft, the F-100. If you want to turn it into Ted's geeky fact as well, they were the first to operate the F-100D Super Sabre of USAF and their first aircraft with afterburner. Now it is. Dr. Soda, how you doing? Elsie, how you doing as well? Captain A, how are we all doing? Hope we're all good. So we've had one departure already, a C-17 ride. Another one coming. It is indeed another F-15E Strike Eagle on the way. £49,000 of thrust in each. Engine, here we go. Let's have a look at you. Now we may see a quick climb. Yep, okay, here we go. Brace yourself. Okay, here we go. Send it. depends on the pilot, 400 to 450 miles per hour. The idea is to gain as much speed. If you haven't got the thrust to weight ratio, say like a Typhoon, that's one way of climbing. Gain the speed, maintain 60 to 120 feet, for example, depends on the pilot and the flight. Clear the runway, reach your chosen speed, 400, 450 miles per hour, and then pull back, getting G's of 5 to 7 G's experienced. Climb as high as you've been cleared to do so. So for example, flight level 170, 17,000 feet. Here, flight level, just add 2 zeros just to give you an idea of the altitude. A happy birthday to Felix, whose birthday is on Saturday. That's from Jenny B. Also on quick climbs, a question I get asked quite a lot actually, why do they turn the afterburners off and then put them back on? The reason is to allow the gear, the landing gear, to retract, because if you don't, you could damage them and they could get stuck. So it's just to give the landing gear a chance to retract. No one wants stuck gear, do you? Zoom out just to give you, hopefully they do a quick climb on this. Zoom out so you can appreciate the climb rate. Go. Well, we did get to see one quick climb, which was nice.
Yes, I noticed that as it was climbing out. Yeah, so it's for 5, like you said.
Actually, I'll take that back. Pratt & Whitney have probably been destroying car alarms since the 60s. Let's not forget the Lockheed A12, right? On the SR-71. Did they have car alarms back then? Which is why I said the 70s. There you go, something for you to find out. When were car alarms invented? There we go. Shall I Google it for a laugh? When were car alarms invented? I know, it's a good question. What? The first car alarm was invented in 1913? Really? That's according to Google's AI. You got 1950s, Victor Hellman developed a mass market alarm that would sound a loud noise when a car door was opened. There we go. But the first electronic alarm system was, and immobilizer started to take more recognisable form in the 70s. Okay, we'll go with that one. But let's not take away from Victor Hellman. Oh man, that's pretty cool. It's time for a cup of tea. There we go. Yeah, how are we doing, ladies, gents and teddy bears? Hope we're all good and well. My name's Nikos, cameraman, historian and commentator. Hope you're all good and well. I'm going to try and show you a really cool gift that's been donated to the Ted Coningsby channel for the end of year party, which is it's a month today, 30th of November. It is sold out, so if you are planning for next year, I would recommend to book it as soon as the tickets become available. We've been donated by our very good friend Ginger Bailey, who's donated something wonderful, and I'm going to show you. It's a genuine P4A compass, a genuine compass, stamped from 1938 and also stamped 1941 by the Air Ministry. So its first stamp marking was from 38. So this could have been used in a Hampden or a Wellington bomber, a Sterling, Halifax, and possibly the early Lancasters as well. Possibly. It could have had other markings on there. I've only had a brief look. But what is ironic is that it was marked on the 30th of October 1938. That's 87 years today. Let me go and get it for you, but I need to be careful because it's still in an original transportation case, wooden box, all genuine. It is available on our Ted Coningsby auction, raising money for Just Jane NX611. I'll just go and get that for you in 1 second then. Hoping I can show you it. Actually, what I'll do, I'll rest it on the van. That might be safer than trying to hold it. Weighs a ton. At least we got a quick one, eh? Yeah. Oh yeah, you're right.
Yes, buddy.
Good, thank you. Good. You been well? Good.
Haven't been out for a while.
Yeah, I haven't seen you in a while. You all right? Yeah. Just been busy.
Working.
Yeah.
First day.
Ah, that's cool. Cool. Right. So this is a working. It still works today. It's a true testament to the. Look at this. So if I show you the markings, Air Ministry, 1941, and then you've got the 30th of October 1938. It still works, and it's the it's a type P4A. Have a look at it. It still works, man. It is amazing, and it's in its transportation case as well. Genuine, all genuine. World War II, potentially in a Wellington, Hampden, Halifax, Sterling, Lancaster, but being 1941, I'm not sure how that would. Amazing. There we go. And that's an amazing piece to own. I'm going to check the rules if I'm allowed to bid, but.
Hello.
Hello.
I just got it and I was able to see it from the horizon.
You're right.
Yeah, I'm good.
Good.
Been able to start that.
Oh yeah.
Sorry, hello.
Huh? It is heavy. It's very heavy. Young man, you alright?
Yeah.
Good.
We'll see the F-15 rising.
Oh, nice.
You're not going down anything like special time.
Okay. Sorry.
The point is most of it.
Right then. So yeah, I'm just going to check your comments on that.
I'm a big fan of you. I'm watching you right now.
Oh, nice one. Thank you very much.
Oh,
Can I name the title you?
You can in just give me a moment. All right, no problem. Let me just check your comments on that.
Yeah, I've been writing in the chat.
Good. Yeah, Avro out. Amazing piece of kit, isn't it? Absolutely brilliant. Right, also for the at the TED party, I've also been given these as well, which you can get your hands on. Might have them as a set, maybe. Should we do them as a set? And for those, there we go. Let's show you them. And you just pop that. These are the 495th. I might have them as a set. Got there's another one. Been given these today for the I can either auction them as a set or have them individually as a raffle. I will decide on the day. There's another 2 more to go, I think. There's this one here again, and well, there's another one here as well. So it's a set of Valkyries. Yep, all for the 495th. So you get your set. I think that's it. Yep. So if you come into the TED party, those items are possible for you to get hold of. Right, do you want to pick, dude? Yeah, let's go.
Yeah, I love the channel. But the problem is, I can't watch it, so I'm at school.
Ah,
Most of the
right.
time. I just tune in
You
before
can always
school.
play it back after school.
Yeah, I do.
Right, there we go.
Cheers, mate.
All right, yeah, no problem at all. You're right. Yes. Oh. Oh yeah, I just noticed. Woo. There we go. So lots of exciting. I've got lots of things for the show, for the party. Yeah, so I'll probably have them in an auction as a set with those patches. All right, so I've got a choice. I mean, I can either have them in a raffle or I'll just have them as an auction as a set. 'Cause that'd be quite nice as a set, wouldn't it? I think that'd be quite cool. And then of course the compass, the navigational compass, the P4A compass, which dates back to at least 1938. And what's ironic is today's date, 87 years ago. Amazing. Dieter, how you doing? Hope you're good, man. Okay.
Very heavy. Excuse me, do you
Hello.
know what F-35 is?
No, I don't, I'm afraid. Sorry. Sorry. Right. Let's, Oh yeah, I know. It's pretty cool, isn't it? It has. I know. Yeah, I'm gonna need something to put them in, definitely. I think so, just for the models, eh? Right. Okay, how we doing? Right, just getting my stuff together. I noticed I was missing an aircraft from the set just there, which I've managed to get for you. Now, last time I was here on Tuesday, I gave you a bit of history about the base itself, more about, I mean, thousands of years ago, with the geography and why there's sand here, and that was really what was left from the river that goes all the way from Birmingham all the way down to Lowestoft, out to the North Sea, and what was left from the Ice Age, etc. All that. But what I didn't go into too much detail was actually more about the 48th. So you have to kind of do it in two stages. You've got to give one stage, you talk about the history of Lakenheath itself, how it started, and prehistory as well, you know, the archaeological side of things as well. But there's also a part two, or a side, an extra side to things, and that's really about the 48th and where they started. And for those that are new to it, you will probably come across, like I did, or maybe you were, maybe you kind of worked out that they were a group. And what I discovered when I first started learning about the history, I stumbled across the numbers and then the term, which I did admit that I failed at that, because when I first started I was looking for the 48 Fighter Wing, and quite rightly so, the 48 Fighter Wing as a wing were not in World War II. However, the lineage, they were, because they were a group before they were activated into a wing. So for those, again, 8th Air Force, I'm just going to throw it out there. You got an Air Force. So the 8th Air Force, you have a division, 1, 2, and 3. There was the 1st Division, 2nd, and 3rd. Okay, it was the way they structured things, and then in those divisions, you've got a wing, okay, and then under the wing you've then got various groups like fighter groups, etc., and bomb groups, all this kind of thing. In fact, under the wing, there were bomb groups and fighter groups in that wing, all part of the 8th Air Force. It's just the way it's all structured. When you got the fighter group or the bomb group, okay, of that wing, you've then got the squadrons. And if you want to break it down even more, then you've got the actual aircraft identifier, A to Z. All right, so that is a whole lineage of things. So the 48th did not start life off as a wing. All right, they were part of the 70th wing during the Second World War. They were originally allocated to the 8th Air Force, but then they, when they went to the ETO, the European Theatre of Operations, they were then allocated to the 9th Air Force. Now, we're all familiar with the mighty 8th, the 8th Air Force. What about the 9th? You see, the 8th Air Force had a different role. There was also the 12th Air Force, etc. There were so many air forces scattered around doing different things, all right, because it was structured, and that is the key to success, a structured system. So, what they did with that, the 8th Air Force, you may know from movies, etc. They were doing more strategic bombing targets, like the mighty 8th, and they were taking care of those targets, aircraft factories, you know, that kind of thing. It was more of a strategic bombing side of things. The 9th Air Force really were doing ground attacks, so strafing, taking out gun positions, assisting the army on the ground. So it was more literally like a ground attack role, like a Tornado GR4. Bring it back. So that there's a lot of different things, which then leads on to the innovation of close air support, what the A-10 does. Remember the A-10 Thunderbolt II. For those who don't know, that it gets its name from the P-47 Thunderbolt, the original, all right, because of the similarities in their role, because the P-47 was actually playing that role of close air support. So we need to go back a little bit more. We need to go back to the 1939 when the war kicked off, all right, the Second World War. But of course America was neutral, and they were supplying aircraft to allies, all right, but things weren't quite right in the Pacific. So you don't wait around for things, because 11 months before the Pearl Harbor attacks on the 7th of December of 1941, on the 15th of January, okay, so the beginning of that year, it was time to put something in place. And of the 15th of January 1941, they activated what's called the first aviation objective. It was 54 activations in preparation for something that wasn't quite right, something to be prepared, something to get organised. And it gave birth to the 48th Bomb Group Light, and they activated at Hunter Field, Georgia. This is the exact lineage of our 48th Fighter Wing today, but notice that they're a group, okay? You'll also have brackets and a letter, so you may see H quite a lot in East Anglia. That stood for heavy. Usually get that with like the 100th Bomb Group Heavy, the 389th, the 384th, so on and so on, okay, the 379th Heavy. You'll also see L, that stood for light, and a year later, the 48th in 1942 became the 48th Bomb Group Dive. They even had a D. Now, they were a training unit at first when they started, and there were 4 squadrons, and they originally started off life in 1941 and 1942. They were still the 55th, 56th and 57th Bomb Squadrons Light, and then in 1942 they became the Bomb Squadrons Dive. Okay, however, there was a 4th squadron, as I mentioned. It was in fact the 9th Reconnaissance Squadron. That then changed a year later to the 88th Bomb Squadron Dive, all right, and they were the only ones of the 48th to operate the B-18 Bolo, all right, like a light light bomber. The others were operating like A-24s, A-31s, and then so on, P-39s, and then eventually P-40s. And then in 1943, they became a operational unit. They left that sort of training role, and they were given new designations. The 55th became the 492nd, which you know. The 56th became the 493rd. The 57th became the 494th, and the 88th, which started as of the 9th Reconnaissance Squadron, they became the 495th. Same lineage, just different numbers, but it's from 1943 that they had the numbers that we know today. Now, in March 1944, what I believe due to the structure, and I forgot to check, because they were doing this structural system like wings, groups, squadrons, I believe the fighter groups had 3 squadrons per group. Now, we just said they've got 4, and I think they moved them. I forgot to check because the 495th moved to the 407th Fighter Group, but the actual group deactivated. I can hear a F-15. There we go. Talk history, get aircraft. The 407th actually deactivated, became inactive on the 1st of April 1944. Now, at that time, they were given a new weapon, the P-47 Thunderbolt. Now, I'd love to show you, but we got an F-15. Check this out. Here we go. Now, I'll tell you what though, just quickly. And I'll tell you what, here it is. I'll just show you the P-47, my favourite, the P-47 Thunderbolt. This one's the Razorback. It's an absolute Pratt & Whitney's beautiful R2800. This, just like the A-10, this was made around its engine, whereas the A-10 was made around its gun, but absolute beautiful 2,000 horsepower mighty tank. Close air support is what it gave to the Allied troops on the ground, with an extra 200 horsepower boost. So we'll continue the history in just a moment. One thing I did forget to show you. Just before the P-47 Thunderbolt, they were operating the P-40 just before. Now, pilots said it had power but didn't at the same time, but it did find uses in other areas of the Second World War. And there's our P-40 just before they transitioned to the P-47, and I remember Ed Cottrell saying, "I hope this is not what we're going into war with." But that said, when they saw the Jug, as it was nicknamed, because it looked like a milk jug, the Juggernaut, they were thinking, "How is this?" I mean, it was huge. The P-47 is massive. It was really in a different class of its own, size-wise. It could really overshadow a Spitfire or, you know, an ME-109 or even a Focke-Wulf 190. It was big, and it can take a battering as well.
Sorry, when you get a minute, we have a picture with you. It's also contact.
Probably later on.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, no.
All right.
Yeah,
I'm here all day, so.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. In fact, that ain't going anywhere for a few minutes. I can do it now, actually. So I think it's waiting for another one, so we've got a few minutes. So that's good. I've done my hair anyways.
He's not.
Now let me get secretary ready to go. All right. Thank you.
10. He's 10.
Oh, you're 10 as well. Cool. Good name. Nice. Oh, I guess I was wrong. That was good timing. Well, was not expecting that, unless it's going to the EOR, but we'll see. Okay, here we go. Let's ride. right, yeah.
This is Mark Hamlin.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Martin Hamlin.
Oh, how you doing? All right.
How's it going?
Yeah, good. You all good?
Yeah, put the grandson down and have a look.
Good times, good times.
I've got something in the car for you.
Oh, have you?
More
Yeah.
books. More
Yay! Gonna need a bigger house.
books. I need a bigger house.
Gonna need a bigger house. So from 1944, the transition of the 48th, given a new name, the 48th Fighter Group. This was their amazing aircraft, their weapon. The P-47 Thunderbolt, absolutely stunning with its PW R2800 double wasp engine, the 18-cylinder air-cooled. Basically, that's a displacement of 46-litre engine. I believe the Spitfire had a 27-litre. Now 2,000 horsepower. It could be tweaked up to as far as 2,300 or so horsepower, but standard at first had a 2,000 horsepower engine, and it had this, for those that watch Fast and Furious with the NOS, nitrous oxide, it did have something similar of a boost. It had a water tank here, an alcohol and water mixture, which could boost 30 gallons of this mixture, which give a bit of a boost of let's say 200 horsepower, and it's quite amazing. I think do you know what, I was doing a little bit of research, and I think it's called an ADI tank for the P-47, which some had, I think the earlier ones had about 15 gallons, but it went up to 30 gallons. But the way the Pratt & Whitney's amazing engine worked, I mean, the intake at the front of the P-47, I've seen photos of ground crew in there. Actually, it could fit a human being in there. So the air would be scooped up at the back, and yes, it did have a supercharger. They had superchargers and turbochargers in World War II, and not many people can get their head around that, but that technology was already there. It would even have a compressed air, the impeller. It would compress the air like you would do today, and because of that heat that's created, it can cool down using the intercooler from the compressed air, and that air is fed right through to the exhaust collection rings itself. It's absolutely amazing. A fantastic aircraft. When all 8 cannons were fired, the aircraft would actually slow down by 25 miles per hour. These are the markings of the 48th in World War II, and notice the colours are different. So the 493rd that we know is yellow was actually blue. The 492nd had red, which is today blue. The 494th, which is red today, had yellow, and these are their squadron markings that they had on the sides of their fuselage. Really amazing. This is just some of the systems that was put into place. Like I mentioned, Air Force, Air Division, Wing Group, Squadron. You can actually go down as far as flights itself, but that's for the 8th Air Force on those. And it was really amazing because the close air support that they carried out of the 9th Air Force, and you'll notice the 9th Air Force weren't always like, how do we say, they didn't have that many aces because they were more ground attack, shall we say. They were more of a ground attack because they were part of the 9th Air Force. Not saying there weren't any high scorers, but you've got to imagine the 8th Air Force with their escorting fighters. Ramrod, that was called, by the way, hence Ramrod Ops that we have here. Ramrod was actually the operational code name to escort the bombers, and the close air support that this gave was amazing. Now, I mentioned the 18 cylinders and air-cooled. There was a benefit to having air-cooled, but piston engines, as opposed to more streamlined, more aerodynamic, hence aerodynamic, you've got to remember that, that's just flat. All right, the aerodynamic streamlines of, let's say, a Spitfire or a 109 were different. So there are pros and cons, but air-cooled allowed a lot more battering. This could come back with half its cylinders missing because the engine was cooled by air and not liquid or oil, shall we say, like traditional liquid-cooled radiators. If you get shot in the cowling in the engine areas and you hit one of those, pipes, you are in serious trouble. Your your aircraft is going to overheat and you're going to have to bail out. With this, because it was air-cooled, it can take so much battering. And the way the piston engines work, it's actually really amazing. It's quite mind-boggling to see a piston engine, the way the explosion pushes out and the way it works as a clockwork system, which would allow to make it still functional without half of its pistons missing. Now, I mentioned about the 9th Air Force. They took out, especially the 48th, they were training before they moved to the European Theatre of Operations. And a lot of these were kept secret. A lot of stories, whether it's to do with decoy airfields, whether it's to do with 151 Squadron, 115, 97 Squadron, 44, I'm just making up all these squadrons. A lot of squadrons were never told what they were doing for secrecy and protection of that. You've got to remember that they were training, but higher up they already knew what they were going to do, but it's to keep them focused, and also for security reasons as well. They never gave any clues of where they were going the next day. It had to be kept top secret, and the way to do that is to actually keep that away from your airmen. Now, I said about close air support. First of all, the 48th were being trained on taking out gun positions, night sweeps, reconnaissance, ground attacks, and they did just that because they moved in 1944. They set sail, they reached the Ile-de-France and parts of Scotland. They sailed to on the Queen Elizabeth, the Queen Mary, and they took a train. It probably took about 2 days to go all the way to RAF Ibsley, where the 48th were located to and allocated to the 9th Air Force. I believe it was part of the 70th fighter wing at that time. Okay, the 70th wing. Now, this, as you know, P-47 Thunderbolt, and it literally innovated close air support. The amount of stories I can tell you of how this worked. A lot of it was split S. They'll dive down, if you don't know what split S, diving down, and then you strafe. They took out railway lines, trucks, gun positions. They assisted the Allies to advance and take back France. And yes, the 48th were involved in around 2,000 sorties for the Normandy campaign, and they did just that. And one of an airman that we speak about quite a lot here and close to us as a channel is Ed Cottrell, Lieutenant Ed Cottrell. I will always say Lieutenant if I'm referring to United States Air Force, because in the RAF it's Lieutenant, so I'll be mindful and respectful and interchange the terminology and pronounce it in what I feel is the more respectful way to do it. Thank you, Point Charlie crew. And that's why the A-10 is called a Thunderbolt 2, by the way. Oh, talk history, you get aircraft. Here we go. I do miss the Point Charlie crew. There's our first two arrivals.
Big question, what's about F-15s or F-35s?
Being a channel that we are, we love both. They both do different things.
Yeah, me and my dad keep arguing about it. I'm saying 35s, he says 15s.
Well, the best one is the one with the best fighter pilot in it.
Fair enough, yeah.
Fighter Lakenheath operations flight 21 is 4.9 per hour code. Flight 21, code 1.
Right,
Flight 22, code 1.
right, you're right, just 2 notches down on that. Is that alright?
Yeah.
Just some things on there like
Ah, right, okay, yeah.
just done it. You're right, yeah? How's it going, buddy? Alright?
How's it going?
How you doing, young man?
How's your birthday,
You alright?
Tuesday?
Hello, mate. You have no holiday?
Good holiday, mate, yeah. Happy days, yeah. Well, someone's playing it back. Always gets beat all the time. Yeah, it was good holiday. How's that been, alright? Did you stay behind, or?
We went yesterday. Actually, we went
It was the
Tuesday.
day before, yeah.
Yeah, we went the Tuesday. It was yesterday.
Oh, yeah, sure. Yeah, I've got the point Charlie for here, so I love that. I miss that, it's the best thing ever.
We went swimming in June.
Yeah, I've done the shout. Ah, yeah. It's only a month away now. We're all together having a good time. That Pete. I'm just waiting on the weather. I can't plan it. What we got here, dude? Books. Oh yeah, more books. Man, that is amazing.
That one there
Thank you. Thanks very much.
Yeah, no problem.
Just show him your compass.
I was watching the stream. He was watching the stream on the way down.
There you go.
Oh wow. Wow. Sterling.
Yes, so you've got Wellington, Camden, hello.
Cheers.
Halifax, Sterling, maybe did carried on this particular one on an average. But yeah, the others. But yeah, you would have had that maybe not this particular exact one on the Lancaster,
Yeah.
because of the stamps it's got on there.
Yeah.
But they were in Lancasters as well.
Yeah.
Cheers for that. Thank you. I've got my cheers there. Thank you. Yeah.
So yeah, we're a bit short on crew this morning.
Yeah, it's alright.
Big crew around here.
The bloke in the front. So I've been back four.
Yeah, so I won't be able to carry on uninterrupted, but this is why the the A-10 got its name Thunderbolt due to the close air support, and it did just that, and especially with the 9th Air Force, and that's exactly what the 48th did. They carried out a lot of ground attacks. In fact, Ed Cottrell did 65 missions. 65 was on 65 missions, and he only did one escorting mission. So that gives you an idea of what they carried out, and some of the stories just from Ed alone, bless him, who passed away this year, early this year, died at the age of 103. But some of the stories that he came up with, and the point of the P-47 for the 48th, their role was to support the troops on the ground, close air support, which is exactly what the A-10 does, and that's why it's called a Thunderbolt 2, and that's why they gave it that name, because the support it gave to the ground. So as the Allies were gaining back ground and gaining France back, the thing is, tanks and Tiger tanks were quite, problematic, and ambush potentials were always going to be a threat. So the P-47s of, let's say, the 48th would do a sweep to do a reconnaissance. It could also be an unarmed reconnaissance as well, if that's what their role was for the day. They could have a look and scope the area, and if there were tanks and they needed to engage, close air support, if the troops and Allied troops were pinned down, which they were, which I'll tell you a story that happened in December. They were pinned down by a soccer field, and they sent the 48th, the Grim Reapers, to take care of things using the exact aircraft that I have here. There were bubble canopies and Razorbacks. They did about 700 of each, also 50-50 of that many, but absolutely amazing. Another thing to...
Point Charlie!
Here we go. That's why I love the Point Charlie crew. You'll never miss anything from Point Charlie when you've got the Point Charlie crew here. Loud actually.
Everyone else who's here has had him do it. Yeah, it nearly did. I picked it up anyway. Rubbing quick.
I'm on the Point Charlie crew. Second time round. Yeah, that's the thing. You probably got them in there before you get them to point and start again. Well, not really, because then you'll be on the same as these.
Yeah.
See everyone's.
Yeah.
It's worth it. It's worth it.
Yeah.
Can't have a word with them. Yeah.
You right here for a minute? Yeah.
I'll keep it.
Notice the narrow landing gear on the F-15. Nice set of fleets. Oh, thank you very much. Thank you. 1 second. Let me. I'll grab it from there. Thank you very much. It's going to be a Point Charlie moment. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Point Charlie on the intercom. have like an LED Point Charlie that flashes when they come?
Oh, it's that orange.
No, that's a good idea.
I was going to say,
Oh my God, someone,
Yeah, we'll be on that. The
It's not my
LED
lorry.
gig.
you just press it. Yeah, Point Charlie, press it, it comes up.
Yeah. With an arrow.
Yeah. You know, if your listeners will get on that.
With me,
Charlie
LED down his beams scared the crap out of me, honestly.
Well,
Didn't expect it.
yeah, once I've been got that, we'll just reverse it up the side in.
I don't know.
Reverse the truck up the side, drop the tail, lift, get the deck chair out, and what's the other tail? Who needs a ladder?
Looking through the bomb scope,
Or you could just sit.
found it. Still have that in 1941. But, pointing the other way, looking that way.
If you had a flatbed, you could jump
But,
flatbed.
design's still from 1941. Found it. The Panthers
Fair enough.
bomb and a Panther falling down it. That's taken that big bomb. The Grim Reapers had a skull and the lightning strike through the sockets. That's 1941. The 495th, this is the one I'm struggling. I found 1943, what looks like an aardvark with a helmet on it. Because 2 years, huh? No. Because 2 years before that, they were two different. They had a different name, and one of them.
Anything else?
Oh, here we go.
Oh, Dad.
Where did he come from?
Lucky I noticed it.
Nice. So you'll notice the air brake has the primer on there, so it's due to have some paintwork done to it.
Must have missed that one.
Beautiful.
Ted, straight up.
Okay. Got ya. Cool. So this is called a high-tech initial. Did I just hear hold music? Yes, Chris. How you doing, man? It's an amazing low approach there. Beautiful.
So 23.
I was about to say we've had
4 on it. And 7 came out.
Have we had 6?
Right, we haven't had 6. We've had 4.
2 came across there, then another 2, and then you had the 2 coming straight that way.
Also, we're waiting one more.
That's the bed that took up later.
There was only one. Yeah, only one. So we're
Shows
waiting
how much
for
I
one.
remember.
Yeah. That one's sneaky though.
Yeah. I mean, that's why I wish I had my lorry there.
Didn't you good see?
Yeah, well, we're not going to hang around to see them. Oh, by the way, Jack, see that?
No. No.
That's a Merc.
Oh, thank goodness for that. I don't want to get
It's got a
that.
slightly shorter body too.
I don't want to get that punch.
No. Oh, God. Double.
Yeah.
Check alien B.
What?
The lorry gone past.
Yeah, man.
Only joking.
No.
No, I'm not getting
15's out or in Norwich.
Not surprising.
Don't know why. I left the back.
What?
Army. Yeah, was that actually a dam or scanning?
Oh, no, that's fine.
No, the lorry.
Alright, now we have a person.
But no.
Fair enough.
You wouldn't punch your innocent son, would you?
Yes, and 3 points over this.
Yeah, just the last name.
BMW is not useful.
Yes, it is. Right, more Steve in my house. There's tough food out. Yeah.
How we doing, ladies, gents and teddy bears? So we just got, I think we've got one left to come back, but you know how it is. We're always bad at counting here. So yes, where were we? 48th Fighter Group, as they were named during the Second World War, literally in 1944. And it was actually on the 30th of May 1944 that they actually dropped the the bomber on their title. So they became the Fighter Group rather than Fighter Bomb Group, which meant the squadrons took that as well. So the squadrons prior to that were the Fighter Bomb Squadrons. So for example, the 492nd Fighter Bomb Squadron, they became Fighter Squadron instead. So they dropped that, and they did take care of operations during D-Day, Battle of the Bulge, Market Garden as well. But on the 6th of the 6th, as we know, D-Day 1944, all that training that we mentioned, they put into it, put into action. They bombed bridges, gun positions, destroyed vehicles, gun positions, visual reconnaissance, and of the 14,000 sorties of that campaign, They took care of 2,000 of those alone, which is absolutely brilliant. Now, I said about them moving to RAF Ibsley. They did eventually, as the ground was gained back, the Allies gaining ground over France, they too, the 48th, actually moved to France. Cambrai, Vicoblé and Dujamou. They moved to Dujamou on the 18th of June 1944. So not long after D-Day itself, they already moved. It just shows how effective the D-Day operations were. And in July of 44, the 48th carried out more airstrikes, and they helped the First Army break through the German positions at Saint-Lô in France. And they took out tanks and gun pods. And on the 29th of August 1944, they moved to Cambrai, and then eventually they moved to Belgium at a runway at Saint-Trond. And now they really loved Saint-Trond because it had a 10,000 foot runway. Imagine that. Absolutely amazing. And they moved to Belgium in September of 1944, and straight in on the 17th of September 1944 they did take positions and did take part in Operation Market Garden as well. But when things started to get closer to the end of 1944 and the beginning of 1945, they really were finding a lot of demand, which is what they were there for, to support the army on the ground. And it was on the 6th of December, there was a lot of missions for the 48th, taking care of missions in December to support the troops of the 9th Army. Now, they were pinned down in Jülich. The Allies were advancing, the army on the ground were advancing all the way into Germany, and they were stuck by a soccer field in freezing, foggy, icy conditions, and they flew at treetop level height, yeah, literally. And I was looking at a lot of sources suggesting that they were actually flying as low as 20 feet. 20 feet is unreal. And the 48th, along with Ed Cottrell, Lieutenant Ed Cottrell, who had 65 missions, was flying at 200 feet at 325 miles per hour. And they were led by Major Stanley Latiolis. And they had delayed bombs, and they strafed the ground. And it was a success. And Ed was, when he got back, he was shown the 40 bullet holes in his P-47. Now, just before I show you this, let me tell you a little bit, a few more things about the P-47. It could take a lot of damage, lots of damage. In fact, movies don't quite cut it, because they didn't really turn that much. You turn, you know, he who loses sight loses the fight. And the thing is, if you are going to turn, you are going to give yourself a bigger target to be observed by the attacking aircraft. It was also important, haven't got it on this one, this is our Focke-Wulf 190. You'll notice a drop tank. Now, it was really important to release your drop tanks when you're engaging in attacks, in whether you are being attacked from the ground or whether you're about to engage in aerial combat. It was really important because, what was it, 70, I can't remember if it was about 60 gallons of pressurized fuel in there, gas. You are literally going to make yourself, a little bit heavier, not as maneuverable, but it was really important to drop the drop tanks, because if you got hit here, you might as well have thrown a missile or a bomb or a rocket to yourself. Now, the problem is, as we started to get towards the end of 1944 and early 45, the Luftwaffe were having a bit of a problem rotating and getting the training carried out for their pilots, and they weren't really having enough time to train the pilots, and it was real mistakes. Unexperienced Luftwaffe crew were really losing the battle in the air. They were losing the air superiority. They were making a lot of mistakes because they decided to make the decision. They had no choice but to make the training for becoming a fighter pilot or even a bomber quicker. They actually trimmed it down to possibly half the time because they didn't have the time, because they needed pilots, they needed fighters in the air to defend and attack. And the problem with that is you're going to make errors, and a lot of the time, a lot of them were lost from air-to-air anti-aircraft fire, and as well as aerial combat. I mean, look at the size, by the way. These are to scale. Look at the size difference, by the way. It is insane. This is just a beast. But a lot of them found it the hard way. Even on trying to strafe, there was an incident that happened on New Year's Day, 1945 at St. Trond. Even Ed Cottrell was waiting on alert, and these inexperienced Luftwaffe pilots left their drop tanks on while strafing. Some of them just crashed because they were totally inexperienced, and a lot of them, actually only one come back from that whole mission, where there was a mission on New Year's Day on 1945 to attack US and Allied airfields, and it was a disaster. Only one come back. It was a mixture of 190s and 109s, and a lot of them didn't take their drop tanks off. An absolute schoolboy error. A lot of them crashed at St. Trond, just got their altitude wrong while strafing, shot to bits, absolutely shot to bits. And Ed Cottrell found himself with a lot of missions to his name. And again, in December of 1944, the 493rd had a mission to attack a bridge. Tanks were spotted and 109s were engaged at the worst time. They even lost one of their crew, Lieutenant Jim Watson. Cottrell, literally, his mission was to attack the bridges, and he engaged. And they tried to, with their 500-pound bombs as well, and their cannons, they tried to strafe, and it came at a really, really bad time. For some reason I don't have a 109 today, but I've got my 190, but we'll just pretend. The thing is with the, unlike the Spitfire, where it was lighter and more manoeuvrable, shall we say, you've got to give that credit to the Spitfire, it was more manoeuvrable than the P-47, let's face it. What this had was altitude and speed, but to gain that speed it needed a bit of time. And the problem is, if you are about to engage in a dive and attack the ground, as soon as you pull up, you've got no speed. Ignore this, it was a 109 that engaged. It could have been a 190, but it was certainly a 109 that engaged on Cottrell's aircraft as he pulled up. The worst time to get attacked, the worst time. So as Ed Cottrell came down to strafe the target, as he pulled up, this 109 completely obliterated the cowling, and it hit an oil pipe, I believe, and all the oil splattered onto Ed's canopy. In fact, it went through the cockpit, and Ed had to open the canopy, and he lost I think he lost about 9 cylinders in that attack. They kept attacking him. They went for another go at Ed Cottrell. They lost Lieutenant Watson, and Ed had to make a choice whether to bail out, but he realised he was a bit too low to bail out, and he did radio in to his crew to say he was in trouble, and then to his horror, behind him was 2 109s, and they were crisscrossing, and this was chugging its way, black smoke everywhere, and the 2 109s actually leveled up side to side. Ed was in kind of like thinking, what is going on, and they weaved over, they changed position, and they saluted Ed, and they left him to it. I know, whatever the reason, we don't know, but this isn't unique, because I've come across stories where pilots have done that. If it's a doomed aircraft, it's a doomed aircraft. Do you shoot it down? Is it worth it? It's going to go down. But Ed actually made it back to St. Trond, and he got out, and he was shown all the bullet holes, and but the thing is, what he did, when as soon as he got out of that aircraft, he kissed the floor, and he contacted Pratt & Whitney to say what a life-saving engine, because he lost 9 cylinders out of his aircraft. He had a few hundred bullet holes everywhere, and the canopy was just filled with oil, and it managed to get back. A true testament as well to the ground crew as well. And one of the sad things that I read as well is that when you're in your squadron, you form a brotherhood, whether you're a bomb squadron or a fighter squadron. You form a brotherhood. It's teamwork. It really is. And one of the sad things that I do read is the story of the empty beds at night. Like, you know, you've got your, you know, you get attached, you form a brotherhood, you form that bond, that trust and relationship, and then you come back at night and you don't see your friend. All you see is an empty bed. And that really does hit home when I read stories like that. It really does. It really just hit home. Just a simple description of an empty bed, and it really does kick home with that. And the story that I mentioned very briefly of 1945 that happened. It was New Year's Eve. 1944, so ready to go into 1945. Of course, what the Luftwaffe believed, I mean, it was a cunning plan. It really was, because they thought New Year's Eve they'll be drinking. The Luftwaffe were told explicitly not to drink. They were forbidden to drink on New Year's Eve of 44 into 45, which is why they thought we could catch them out. It was about 0600 hours in Germany, local, to take out the airfields, and one of them was literally Ed Cottrell's airfield at St. Trond, and he was not airborne, and they couldn't get airborne because the airfield was under attack. But to his horror, the errors that were made from the inexperienced, undertrained Luftwaffe pilots was, you know, they even tried to, you know, after a few of the 109s crashed and 190s as well, they went to see if the pilots were right, because on impact this 109 pilot crashed on the ground. He was catapulted, and they went to go and, you know, try to help the pilot, but he wasn't alive. So there we go. So it just shows that some of the, I mean, we've heard that with operational training units. Oh, hello. Point behind me. So I believe that's our last one that we've been expecting. I believe that's all of them back. Nice chilled out Thursday. We've had one quick climb today. There's the air brake there.
I'm going at 11:30, so... Yeah, I know they're not flying tomorrow. I'm just actually going to see Ted.
Yeah, well, everybody's happy to see Ted. Ted's happy to see him.
Yeah, he's happy. Ted's happy. He's all good.
I was actually at REAC this year.
Oh, good. Did you enjoy it?
Yeah, I loved it, but the thing is, I almost threw up on the way home.
Oh. Oh dear.
Because I didn't drink enough. I ended up waking up at 11 o'clock. First thing I did, turned on this man's stream.
So, 1945, as we rolled in, the 48th Fighter Group continued to support the Army in advance further deep into Germany, with close air support and armed reconnaissance as well. And it was on the 8th of May 1945, Victory in Europe Day, the last mission. It was Captain Troy Smith who witnessed the spectacular image below as he flew past. On one side of the road you saw the Allied Army, and on the other the surrendering German troops walking on the other side. And from June, the 48th were slowly kind of backtracking. They're backtracking towards France, such as Laon, and eventually they moved back to the US. And it was on the 7th of November 1945 the 48th actually deactivated, and that was that. And scores: 492nd had 3 aerial victories. The 493rd had 8.5, and the 494th 8 aerial victories. And then 7 years later, this is where they were reactivated. It was actually on the 25th of June 1952. They reactivated as a wing. So this is where the wing comes from. They were given wing status. So they became the 48 Fighter Bomb Wing. And on the 10th of July 1952, they moved back to France. Now, if you may have seen movies that were set in 1950s of these US airfields, you know, like I'm just thinking of like Indiana Jones and stuff like that, when there's just a little shack building with a thin red and white barrier, even if it's that, you know, out in the desert somewhere. It was literally, I've seen photos of this, and with muddy acres and acres of just muddy grounds, but it did have a concrete runway, and they moved to Chaumont. Now, the 48 Fighter Bomb Wing didn't have a nickname or anything like that at this stage, and well, it was actually here in France that they acquired the nickname Statue de la Liberté, and they became the Statue of Liberty Wing, and that was in 1954. I know, amazing, right? And I'm going to show you some of their... Oh, what happened there? Oh, I see. Might need to zoom out when I turn it round to me. Might need to turn it around. How are we doing? Right, I believe that's everything there. So amazing. So yes, so they moved back to France, and they moved to Chaumont, and it is about 25 miles away from the workshop of Bartholdi. Now that I need to do a little bit more research actually, but he's the very man that designed and made the molds to make the Statue of Liberty that's in America, and there was still the casks and molds that were still there, and then something happened in 1954-56, and I'll tell you exactly what happened. But first of all, 1952 they moved, and the aircraft that they had, and you know what, let's add a little bit of history. It was their first jet aircraft. Answers in the comments now what you think the first jet aircraft of the 48th was. I'm going to go and get you it now. Go on, put it in there, don't be scared. The first jet aircraft of the 48th Fighter Bomb Wing was... Oh, everyone's tapping away. Quickly get your answers in. Let's have a look at you. Let's see who's got it right. And it was indeed the F-84 Thunderjet. Right, let me just hold it in a better position actually. Here we go. It was subsonic, but nevertheless, the first jet aircraft was the F-84 Thunderjet, ladies, gents, and teddy bears. Now, here's the thing I didn't mention. When they reactivated with the 3 squadrons that they finished off with, all right? The 492nd, 493rd, and the 494 Fighter Bomb Squadrons. The 495th was still not reactivated, and this was the F-84. I think this one's the G. Let's have a look. Could be the G. Which would have had a crew of 1. I think that looks like a G. Does it say anywhere? It doesn't matter, but this is what it would have been. Wingspan 36 feet and 5 inches. Look at the wings though, by the way. Not the swept style. Length at 38 feet 1 inch. It's 11.61 meters, and had an empty weight of 11,095 pounds. It was powered by an Allison J35 A29 turbojet, powering at 5,600 pounds of thrust, which is now different because we were talking about horsepower, and now we're talking in pounds because the max speed of this was 622. Didn't have any afterburner, but subsonic, but that was the first jet. But next up, and before I mention the next aircraft, the 492nd were forming into the aerobatics team, the Sky Blazers. I know, the first aerobatics team of USAF was indeed the Sky Blazers, which formed in 1953, and it was flown by the 492nd Fighter Bomb Squadron. Now, in 1954, they not only transitioned to the next aircraft which I'm going to show you, which I believe was floating around Duxford and where was it? Old Buckingham. I know. The next aircraft that they were flying was this, the F-86. Now look at the wings, a bit more speed in this one. Look at that, beautiful, right? So on the 4th of July 1954, they were given the nickname, or shall we say they were given the name, Statue of Liberty Wing. In fact, they were called Statue de la Liberté because it was in France, and it's all because they were 25 miles away from the very place of the Statue of Liberty Wing's birthplace, where it was made. All right, and that was done by a man called Bertholdi, who made that, and that was on the 4th of July with the mayor of Chaumont and also the commander of the 48th. Absolutely, actually, could have been, was it the commander or was it the commander of the USAF? But they're the only, this is the cool thing, another little fact for you, the 48 Fighter Wing are the only wing with a number and a name. All right, any other wing doesn't have a name, so they're called Statue de la Liberté, or Statue of Liberty Wing, and that's why they're called that. So this next aircraft that they acquired on that same year in ¡54 was the F-86 Sabre. It was subsonic, and does have it a little bit faster than the F-84. Okay, it could do a max speed of 687, so very close to the speed of sound, powered by the General Electric's J47 GE27 turbojet. A little bit more thrust at 5,910 pounds of thrust. Had a wingspan of 39 feet 1 inch, 11.91 meters, a length of 37 foot 1 inch, that's 11.30 meters. And then after this, really, things started to change for the 48th Fighter Bomb Wing. They did have a name change as well, and they had a new aircraft, which I'm going to get for you, which was their first supersonic aircraft, the F-100D Super Sabre. Here we go. So now they're moving on to supersonic aircraft. The first aircraft operated by USAF, the first F-100D Super Sabre operated by USAF, which was the F-100 Super Sabre. This had a much more powerful engine, and this really changed things for the 48th. In fact, once they had this, they were given a new title. The Fighter Bomb Wing were now the 48th Tactical Fighter Wing. And in 1956, not only this, they actually sold and auctioned a 1956 French sedan car. Sold it for auctioned it for $1,700, and they funded a 3-meter replica of the Statue of Liberty Wing. Now, there's one here as well, by the way, and the 3-meter replica is still at Chaumont, so it'd be nice. I'm gonna definitely make a little journey for that. It'd be quite cool. Now, the length of this is 50 foot, it's 15 meters, so a bit much longer than the other two. Wingspan at 38 feet 9 inches. And the engine in this was a J57, a Pratt & Whitney J57, 21 and 21A afterburning turbo jet engine. Smashed out at 16,000 pounds of thrust with afterburner, 10,200 without, with a max speed of 924 miles per hour. So that's Mach 1.4, their fastest at the moment. So they had that to their name, which was really amazing. And it was in bare metal as well, just to point that out. The story with the Sky Blazers kind of had some sort of, how do we say, they weren't really future-proof, because the Thunderbirds were founded, they established themselves, but the aircraft they were using for their displays had the capability of air-to-air refueling. Why is that important? Well, they were able to expand to Europe and show off their aircraft in Europe. And eventually, in the early 60s, unfortunately, the Sky Blazers became inactive, and the Thunderbirds kind of took on that role. So in between 57, sort of towards the end of 1957, December, the 48th became inactivated, but they reactivated 7 months later and became the 48th Tactical Fighter Wing. Now, just 2 years later, on the same year that the Beatles were formed, on the 15th of January 1960. To that date, the 48th Tactical Fighter Wing and their 3 squadrons arrived here at Lakenheath with the F-100D Super Sabres. Now, these F-100s were bare metal colour, in the bare natural metal, and this is where the tail code system came into effect. It was LR for the 492nd, LS for the 493rd, and LT for the 494th. And eventually in the late 60s, they actually went to like a dark camo, so about 1967 or so. They even introduced the tail marking system, the tail flash colours, so red, yellow and blue, and they're the colours that match today. So for example, the 492nd had blue, the 493rd had yellow, and the 493rd had red. Now you can actually see an example of the LT with the red tail flash in the dark camo at the Newark Air Museum, so do look out for that. It's an RAF Lakenheath F-100, which is pretty cool in my opinion. And I think that could have been 1969 even, but I may have found a photo from 67, so you're looking around late 60s. In 1972, there were 2 little changes for Lakenheath. They used ex-Vietnam F-4 Phantoms was their next air weapon of choice. 1972, they transitioned away from the F-100 to the Phantom. Now I'm going to show you one of those. They introduced a new tail code system. It was one code for the base, which was LK, Lima Kilo. Let me show you the Phantom for those who don't know what that looks like. F4. Let's have a look at you. Let's go over here. Let's have a little look at the Phantom. But that the LK system tail code only lasted for, well, until 1973. So technically not really a year, because it was about, I think it was August that they changed it. I know this is a different code, but they changed it to LN. So from 1973 to today, they have been LN. So this is our Phantom here. Beautiful. A nice aircraft. It could carry a lot. It's twin engined as well. So looking at that, this is their first twin engine. Is that right? Would that be right? Their first, well, definitely a twin engine jet. For the Phantom, I believe they were ex-Vietnam, and a beautiful aircraft. I'll show you underneath as well. Look at that. Could carry a lot of ammo, and they had this for 5 years. I know it's very short-lived, really, in my opinion. The F-4 Phantoms that they had, and the F-4s that they had. For those who don't know, it was powered by the legendary 2 General Electrics J79. I'm wondering actually, of all the training aircraft that they had, I think this was actually their first ever twin engine aircraft. A little geeky fact there that we like. Max speed at Mach 2.23. So at this stage, they're fastest of that time. So that's 1,470 miles per hour. The empty weight on one of these is 30,328 pounds. Wingspan 38 feet 5 inches, 11.7. Length at 63 feet, that's 19.2. And let's have a little look underneath. I mean, it could carry a lot of weapons. I mean, look at this. Look at that. I've got a nice shot of a Phantom. I can't remember what squadron it is, going over Western Superman. One of my books. It looks really cool. I know. But certainly, this also got a bit of a story with me. I was in Crete, for those that know Crete, Greek island, the largest Greek island, by the way, a little fact there. I was on my moped, my Piaggio, I think it was something like I can't remember how many cc's, it was something like 70 cc, back in 2003, I think it was. I was on the highway from Heraklion to Refin. I was on there was a stretch of road on the highway with the beach, and this Phantom absolutely went so low over that highway. I got strafed and was knocked off my moped, and it was the best ever feeling I've ever had. I think it was loud, and it did believe it did a practice display over the bay, which was quite amazing. So that's my story with the Phantom. Yes, so maybe that Phantom should have a little moped like kill marking on there. maybe I'll do that. I don't know what squadron it was, but that was a real funny story that I had. So yeah, from 1977, so they had that for 5 years. The next one, which I know a lot of people love, was this in 1977. And when the F-111 Aardvark arrived, so too, welcoming back after, 33 years, was the 495th. Now, the 495th Tactical Fighter Squadron, the 495th Tactical Fighter Squadron, they had the green tail flash. Now, you can actually see a F-111 with all 4 colours on there, by the way. And this really was an iconic aircraft for the 48th Tactical Fighter Wing, because it really you've heard the story. Sorry. So yes, so it's it was yeah, it's quite an amazing aircraft, like the Tornado with the swing wing, amazing, and the 495th were given a new nickname, and they were called the Thundervarks, hence the F-111 Aardvark. Now, I've had a look. The oldest one I could find from 1943 is a real pixelated black and white photo of the 495th's emblem, and it looks like, I think it's an Aardvark with a helmet on it throwing a bomb. I think it's just my own interpretation. It looks like it. It's very difficult, but the other 3 squadrons from 1943 had the emblems that are in effect today, so it's really important to know that, because from 1941 the 495th were the 9th Reconnaissance Squadron. I can only find what looks like some sort of cat or a tiger sat on a cloud with a camera, and then the 88th, because they changed to the 88th Fighter Bomb Group Dive. I believe they were the only ones to fly the B-18 Bolo. But anyway, nevertheless, I couldn't find a insignia for them, unfortunately, but I'm getting there. But there we go. So the F-111 Aardvark, let's have a little look at our F-111. So again, twin engines, carrying on that legacy of the twin engines, and I know Davey's tuned in, he'll be loving this. But there we go, this is our F-111 Aardvark, and it was with the 48th until 1991, really, towards right up to the end, where again things changed. But a story here that is really important to the, let me just put this over here safely. Something really important with the 48th, of course, is the importance of the El Dorado Canyon mission, because it was quite an important mission. It ended up being, I think they had 24, it was the longest combat mission of that time, a 14-hour trip, something like 3,000-mile trip to Libya. 24 F-111 Aardvarks took part from Lakenheath. There was a number of EF-111s from Upper Hayford as well, and there was Mildenhall's tankers that I believe went to Fairford, or at least they departed from Fairford and Mildenhall to carry out the air-to-air refueling, and they had to fly very, very close to the tankers during that whole process to avoid being detected on radar. It was kept under secrecy, and the F-111s of the squadrons here at Lakenheath took part in that. Due to flight restrictions, they had to go all the way around on this 14-hour journey, and it was at raids over Libya, and it was on the 9th of the 14th of April 1986 into the early hours of the 15th of the 4th. The US Navy as well took part in this with Tomcats and A7s. I believe this could have been some influence of the movie Top Gun, and sadly, of the 24 that went out to this mission, 23 returned with the loss of Karma 5-2. Both crew rest in peace. And despite the success, they were given a very unique award, the only US Air Force to be given this award, and it's a Navy award. On September the 8th, they were awarded the Navy Meritorious Unit Commendation, and it was awarded to the 48th by the US Navy Secretary John Lemon. And it's the only unit of the US Air Force to receive that. And in 1991, the 495th again became inactive, and the F-111 started to be retired, and the 48th dropped the title Tactical, and they became the 48th Fighter Wing, the title that we know today. And remember, when the title changes, so too do the squadrons. So they became the 48th the 48th became the 48th Fighter Wing, and the squadrons became Fighter Squadrons. So the F-15E Strike Eagle arrived in 1992, operating with the 492nd and the 494th. In 1994, this started to arrive as well, the F-15C. Look at this, and then eventually the D as well. So amazing legacy, and this is where the Eagle legacy started. You may, I have been asked this before, a question by one of our fans: why is it that the Eagle has red, yellow and blue and not green with it? Well, because from 1992 it was just Eagles and there was only the 3 squadrons, and that was right up until 2021 when the 495th came back. So that's why with that. This is quite a special aircraft, which I'll explain as well in just a second. Now you'll notice the LN0156, the full serial is 860156. For those who don't know, that tiny little 86 is the year this was put into production, the fiscal year. So really important to know that. But one of the things I do need to tell you with this aircraft, in fact it's Dirk 2-1, the 493rd were deployed under the 493rd Expeditionary Fighter Squadron, and on the night on the 23rd into the 24th of the 3rd 1999, the 493rd, the Grim Reapers, were tasked to take part in Operation Allied Force strikes against the Serbian targets. In just 72 hours, 4 aerial victories for the 493rd Expeditionary Fighter Squadron. Knife 1-3, Edge 6-1 and Dirk 2-1, this very aircraft. I think you can see the Serbian aerial markings there. And one of the MiG-29, it was MiG-29s, 4 of them, courtesy of the 493rd. One of the canopies is actually here at Lakenheath as like a trophy for their efforts. And another thing to mention, in 2006 there were helicopters here. I actually don't have the helicopter here with me. HH-60s, Pave Hawks, with the 56 Rescue Squadron, and eventually in 2015 the 57th Rescue Squadron joined them as well, until they moved to Aviano in 2018. And then finally, to finish it off really, 15th of December 2021, let me just find my F-35A, which we haven't seen today, so this is the nearest we're going to get at the moment. The Valkyries, the 495th were reactivated and became the first unit of USAF to operate the F-35A. And the thing is, they put it forward to the members of the public to vote for their new nickname. There was Ravens, Archangels, Sabres and Daggers and others, and they went with Valkyries, so that meant new call signs. And I kind of like the link. As you know, there is a Anglo-Saxon history here as well, so it's pretty cool. There we go, the F-35A, the 5th generation stealth fighter. Amazing. And that's pretty much our history of Lakenheath, and I managed to finish it off. So maybe I should have waited till all 7 to come back, but you know, talk history, get aircraft, innit? Love it. Right, I'm going to go and have a cup of tea. I've just realised I've got billions of aircraft up here.
How many?
There's about 10. Yeah, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Nice. And there's about 100 in here, but never mind.
been
Did
said, do you know if there's anything going up there?
I don't. I really genuinely don't. Sorry.
I have a fun fact about the F1.
You've got a fun fact about the F1. Oh, go on and go for it.
So I think it was in 1997 and 1987. Two F-111s they like crashed in Newmarket. Like one crashed in a middle school.
Where?
In Scotland Middle School in Newmarket, crashed, and one crashed on Berry Road in Newmarket. Pretty cool. And they got protected safely.
Mag swap. Wait, there we go. I like that, it's got a little sound. Yeah, these last longer in the cold. Yeah, you alright? Yeah, it's really strange. Some of them last about 4 hours sometimes. Oh yeah. Yeah. Right. I'll write this out, see what we got. This is going to be what we're going to have. Happy lights are still on. Yeah, I'll take it. Right, how we doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? And time for your amazing guards marches. And then I'm going to go on a quick break. Because tea is calling. Martin Mikalecki, how you doing? Hope you're well. Jason Garrett, how you doing? Welcome, high five, welcome to the Ted Coningsby Squadron. Thanks for joining us. And Babsar, high five to you as well. Thanks for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership. Jenny B, thanks for the super sticker. Guards March. And Margot as well, thank you for the super sticker. Margot Baxter, thank you very much as well for the super chat we've put towards Ted Salmon Bagel. Ted loves that. Ian McCabe, high five, thank you for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership as well. And congratulations, Matt Crossan, reaching your 6-month milestone. Love the channel and the community. Rock on, man. Nice one. Steve Rampling, 16 months membership. Oi, oi, morning, everyone. Beautiful C-17. It sure was. Sir Yael, congratulations. 24 months milestone. My favourite aircraft for my anniversary. Nice one. Also, sorry for the usernames here. I've got a KJ3680. Unfortunately, that's the way it's on here. Who's been a member for 21 months. Oi, oi, everyone. Stay safe. Keep flying. Heather Holloway with 17 months membership. Oi, oi. Where has the time gone? Dita Kikeri, congratulations on your first year milestone as a Ted Coningsby member. Thank you very much. Whoop whoop. This is whoop whoop for this milestone. Let's celebrate with lots of quick climbs. Mike Weaver, congratulations as well with 2 years milestone. Nice one. Richard Newman, 17 months membership. Fabulous channel. Thank you very much. And Jill, member for 12 months. Congratulations on your first year milestone. Thanks, Ted, for a great year. Darren Hobson with 27 months membership. Just an awesome channel. Thank you very much. And Dr. Soda with 31 months membership as well. Thanks, man. Happy Quick Climb Thursday, everyone. Guards March. Sue Arthur with 25 months membership. You got Kino Send It with 21 months membership. A very big wave to the Point Charlie crew, Nikos, Ted and Claire Bear. Thank you very much. Doug Ross as well. High five and a Guards March to you. Thanks for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership. Dirk S, who's put F-16 months of membership. Oh yeah, love that. Alan Q, thank you very much as well for the super sticker. A Guards March to you. Truths2226, Guards March to you. Thanks for the super sticker as well. Tim Gooch, high five. Thank you for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership. Anne Cox, thank you very much for the super sticker. Anne Cox as well, thank you very much. A Guards March to you for the super chat. And she's put, good morning, Nikos and Ted. Hope you have a great day at RAF Lakenheath. You know what? Always. Always, always, always. Poacher49, member for 23 months. Wow, where's that time gone? Thank you very much. Margot Baxter, opening bid for Ted's drawing. Guards March, thank you very much. Adoring Fan Area, high five. Welcome to the Posh Officers Club. A Guards March to you. Wolfman, how you doing? Good to see you on here. Who's a member of our Fighter Squadron with 32 months membership. Please like, share and subscribe. Thank you very much. Noxy, high five. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby Squadron. And Cox with 18 months membership. Wow, 18 months of great aircraft and aviation. Thank you, Nicholas and Ted, for the fantastic footage. Every day it's been brilliant. We've got MGR James 25. High five, Guards March. Thank you for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership. Patch, thank you very much for your 15 months membership. And also a high five to Patch for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership as well. Martin Osborne, high five. Guards March, thank you for joining the TCS Posh Officers Club. Margot, thank you very much for the super sticker. Mark Focus Photography, welcome, high five. Welcome to our squadron. Thanks for joining us. Jojo Illot with 18 months membership as well. An amazing 18 months. Thanks, Nikos, Ted and TCS. Thank you very much. Also got Flash D 1974. High five and a paw pump for gifting 5 Ted Coningsby memberships. That is awesome. Thank you very much. Marvin the Marion, thank you very much for being a member for 25 months. Oi oi TCS family from the field. Nice one. And I'm sure there's lots of you in the field. Hope you're all good. Nothing here at the moment. Crew in the field. Hope you're all good. I had a message from let's have a look. Got Martin Mikalecki. I think he's in the field. How you doing, Martin? Who's heard that story I've just said before, probably of me getting strafed off the moped. Yep, that was me. Right, I am going to go and take a quick break. I'll be right back. Let's hope for the sounds of Pratt & Whitney startups. I'll keep an eye out as soon as I get an indication if the base is, the airfield is closed, obviously I will depart. But at the moment, it's open. See ya. Right, time for some tea. Oh.
Would you recommend me to go to like Coningsby?
Sorry?
Would you recommend me to go to Coningsby?
Oh, I couldn't say.
Because I've never been.
Oh, what, today?
Not today.
Oh,
but like
right, I think meant
in
now. Oh, yeah, go for it. Yeah, go. You gotta go.
It does look pretty good.
And I presume it was
Have a quick. No, just enjoy.
Oh, sorry, Nick.
That's right. How you doing?
I'm still
Oh,
trying.
where's the head?
Oh, wow.
I'm on a mission. Yeah.
Should we let you do that?
I've got it here. Since it's going to be auctioned, and I'm like, I really need to get one. It's in its transit box, so that's going to be taken off the Wellington, Sterling. And you know what? It's got two stands. One of them is today's date, and the other one is 7 years ago. 13th of October 1938. And yeah, 1941, and the left is 1938. Today's date as well. So they would have put this on their house, but they put this one. But this certainly would have been in Wellington, Halifax. Isn't that just sterling? It works, it still actually works. And you can put fluid in there. Yeah, but it still actually works. Oh my god! I'm made. Yeah, I'm made.
That's against the rules.
I know.
You can change them though, to your advantage. Plus you need some more shells because David bought the new boxes.
Mate, my house is sinking. Do you have subsidence? Yes. Oh, where do you live in, like an agricultural? No, it's just books.
It looks like the van's a bit lowered.
And then I've got, I might auction this as a set of Valkyries and stuff here. So I might just put them as a shitty 4. If not a bad one.
Not a bad one.
Oh no. Oh, that's another one. If there's 4 there, that means it's going to be 5.
No, you're fine. It's fine. It's fine.
Yeah, and I might. Okay. Yeah, so I might just do them as a set. And then that face up, and then that, yeah. Cool. Nice. And that'd be a nice little set to auction. Do them as a set. Actually, it did. It was given to Julian and then given to me. So it was from here. I know which one it was. Well, so I can tell you that partly from here. And it's actually proper price. So I'll do it at the show. I might say that. I might actually just slip that in partly. I might actually do that. I might just say it. I'm sure that was 1 or 2 laughs. That's hilarious. Anyway, yeah, I'm gonna It's nice and easy now.
Yeah.
It's nice and easy. That spot's good.
Anyway, is it beer or cider?
Gin. Distillery. It's a distillery. I thought it was a brewery, but it's not. It's a distillery. I got that bit wrong. Yeah, I did buy a bottle.
Is it?
Don't know where it is.
Buried somewhere. Maybe books.
Yeah, no.
Or evaporated.
He knows what the bottle is, but what context
Safety around them, so they're definitely not sharp. Yeah. The thing is, I can't actually do anything. I need to stay. I can't leave anything. I can't go and just think, I'll just end it. I can't. I stuck to stay there. Yeah, just got to ride it out. A honeybee. There's a honeybee flying around. No, that one's a wasp. Didn't it?
Did it?
Did hear
It
that?
sounded like it was like, yeah.
No, I heard it though, so.
Collective tortoise. You had lunch?
Not yet. Not yet. I've had a brunch. Yeah, it's 4 weeks today.
Yeah.
30th,
So
isn't it?
this one's she wanted
dips down that way. Yeah. I mean, some of you might know who they are just by their avatar, but I know some of them are random. But I'm like, oh man. Yeah, it just means there's a new feature coming. I think it's the height. Is it a height button or something coming up?
Fall in the water. Yeah. And then next week we'll go back.
Yeah, they have been out quite a bit. They been out there recently though. It's nice to see them at night.
Yeah, she's all good.
They were over last year quite a lot.
Yeah.
While I'm up there, I'll just stay. Yeah. I'll just I'll book it so. Yeah, it's just so good. Walk down. It's like really weird to get that in my head.
Triangle or a
Closer.
hexagon?
To me,
Or
like
a
50
circle
minutes
or
because it's the
hexagon.
south end of the
Sometimes.
legs, which is a big difference. So yeah, looking forward to it. But I'm just trying to work out what I'm doing, leaning first and then later, or later leaning.
Because six.
Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah,
That's the one.
hex 6. Okay. Because I learned that.
Tuesday, just lakes in the last 3 days.
United States. You America. United States.
Yeah, I might.
USA. United States. USA.
It does this all day, and
Right, wait. The stars and a block for stars.
We jump that sideways. Straight up.
Oh, wait, it's the stars. No, look at Jupiter.
oh yes, I can see that. That's one hole.
Look here, Mars.
It makes some funky sound.
Oh yeah. That one.
That's Fox. Yeah. Two things like that. So you hear another one. That's good.
Butterfly.
Oh look,
Lion. Mammoth.
this one's for you.
Lynx. Elephant.
Culture short.
Oh, Jag.
Nice
Wait a
jag
minute.
there. 41 squadron as well.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Oh, I completely forgot about water. Yeah.
Where did I get it? From everyone.
Cheetah.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Ah,
They were.
obviously there's too many for us to talk about. No.
That's right as well. It looks to the left. Yeah, that's right.
Water, fire, wind, and earth.
I'm going to give you that. Wind is air.
Yeah, I got it.
That's what you call a person.
Geobird. No. I think I learned about this because I'm Captain.
There it is. I love stuff like that. Yeah.
Carrot. Oh, cartoon. Okay.
It's there. That's what they had it. Yeah, I think that's what they had it. Yes, they have. They're still there. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, there are some of the farmers are still using the original tankers. They haven't got rid of them. I don't know. I did a ground footage, but I didn't do a lost airfield. It was just a quick.
When is it done?
It was kind of, it's very similar history to the Valkyries. They were supposed to warn which runnways to do this well, they didn't have to use Have they shut those down? Yeah.
Oh, the violin. What's a joystick? I literally.
That's the
I don't know. Oh yeah.
still here.
Line grab.
I don't know, it's a bit... I can and can't. I don't know whether it's just my ears. Yes, I can hear them. The wind's just picked up. Yeah, it's Panthers. Yeah. Yep, so we've got another wave. Excellent. Right, let's get back on the show. Now that we're all good. All right. Right, how we doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? I think I've established 2 F-15E Strike Eagle startups.
Okay.
Obviously, hopefully I'm wrong, so that there's more, but I'm sure you've heard the startups as well. So let's hope it amalgamates.
Not true.
Well, sorry. Let's hope it results in a departure. I think I can see the ground crew there on the EOR.
Oh, I remember.
You can see some crew there, so that's all good. Welcome to the show, Ted Coningsby channel, hoping for a second wave of movements here at Lakenheath. Welcome to the show, and I hope you've enjoyed it this morning. We've had one quick climb, one C-17, along with another 6 F-15E Strike Eagle local climb outs. And hopefully, courtesy of my man Jay at Rolls-Royce, we should be having an F-15E Strike Eagle model, so thank you. And this is our F-15C that we've got here. And again, for those that are new, I'll give you a little tour of, let me just move some of the models out of the way before I do a Godzilla on them. I want to be doing a Godzilla on an F-84, do you? Here we go. So there's our F-15C. A little bit different. There's a few things different to the Strike Eagle, the F-15E. Of course, the C model is the single seater. So here we go. Oh yeah, correction. We did have 2 quick climbs. Yeah, it was 2. Thanks a lot, Martin. We did. Yeah. There you go, that's age for you right there. And welcome. So, when the F-15s are prepped and ready, thanks to the amazing work from the crew chiefs and the ground crew, the fighter generation squadrons with each individual role, the pilot, before the pilot commences and gets in to start up the aircraft, as you can hear in the background, the pilot will still do a full external visual inspection. First of all, I don't serve, but I can tell you that we do have a problem with the landing gear. It's missing a wheel, which I think is, which I'll have to repair. There we go, I'll have to glue that back. So there we go. So the pilot will check the whole externals first, as much as they possibly can, as opposed to the technical side of things, which I'll explain in a moment. So the pilot will check the condition of the nose. There's a little like a pitot there, a static air data pitot, the AOAs. There's a few other aircraft data pitos. They'll check under the inside the landing gear, the nose gear in there as well, to make sure no circuit breakers have popped. Again, for those who don't know, it's nice and white inside, so that it's a lot easier to have visualize a leak. You know, the greasy, oily, any fluid leaks are easy to spot that way. They'll check the conditions of the inlets as well, and I'll talk to you about them in a moment, because they are absolutely amazing. In fact, I'll just do them now while we're here, because the inlets, they move. So if the F-15 is doing this, these inlets, or the intakes, they move as well. And inside they've got these clever little ramps that actually adjust and move inside as well, to stop supersonic speeds hitting the compressors, or the fan, as it makes its way to the engines. Pretty cool, huh? So they'll check underneath to make sure if whatever ordnance they've got, they're not loose. They'll check the elevators as well. They'll have a look at the nozzles, the geometric shapes, make sure they're all looking all right, nothing in there. The tags will still be on. They'll have a look underneath here as well, make sure it's all good. Again, for those who don't know, the Pratt & Whitney 229s, the F100 229s are on these F-15s that we have here. And the way to tell if it's a 229, there'll be these 2 sort of exhausts that stick out just to the sides of the conformal fuel tanks. They just sit here and under here. Very hard to show you if I haven't got one, but hopefully I'll get you a model. Then when the pilot is kind of comfortable with visual inspection from the outside, they'll pop into the back, make sure it's all good for the Wizzo, check out the breakers, the circuit breakers inside there, check out the exterior of the canopy inside the cockpit, and start up the engine and taxi their way to the EOR, the end of runway, which is here. The tags are still on. They'll taxi down the catwalk and park up at the EOR. The ground crew will do their thing. They'll check the condition of the nozzles, make sure they open and close correctly, that kind of thing. In fact, while we got that subject, I might as well just talk to you through the rest of the F-15's amazing things to look out for, because some of them have what's called EPAWs, and I'll talk to you about that as well, so you've got a nice idea of what they're looking out for. So the aircraft will park here, an EOR, end of runway. There are 4 in total, one this end and one just here for runway 23, and then all the way down the other end is another 2, so one on the north side and then one on the south side. Okay, you can park up to 6 aircraft on the EOR. So let's have a little look more on the F-15 here. They got, now the wings are quite interesting. They are almost, without you know, trying to offend anyone, they are pretty much, they look like cropped delta wings in some ways. They look cropped. I mean, if they were a 45-degree angle, but nevertheless, it's all metal. No, nothing fancy, just good old metal been used on there, and they're swept at 45 degrees for those that like to know the angle. Really tall stabilizers to cope with the high speeds that this is capable of doing. Now inside the radome, inside the nose here, the radome, now the older F-15E Strike Eagles at the time, although they are upgrading them, they started off with a manual APG-70 inside. That's your radar. Now, a little bit of a problem is with these. They're actually, it's an AESA, Active Electronically Scanned Array, if you ever hear that. It's the radar, it's the attack, it's the battlefield for the aircraft inside here. It gives a full situational awareness. But the problem is with the older ones, because they are being upgraded. I couldn't tell you which ones have them, but they are upgraded to the APG-82 radar, which is all automatic, and they are so much more advanced, gives a better scope of the battlefield, and can cope with 2 enemy aircraft splitting, whereas the older ones had a bit of a trouble. If you had 2 enemy aircraft in front and they'd split and break, that would be a bit of a problem. But anyway, let's move on. So the new radar increases air crew and aircraft survivability, which is the APG-82. Simultaneously detects multiple aircraft. It can track and so it can track multiple aircraft, air or surface targets at longer ranges as well, and it can also do information sharing as well. Now, I mentioned EPAWs, something, again, you'd be surprised how many aircraft around the world have BAE Systems technology on there, and EPAWS is one of them. It stands for Eagle Passive Active Warning Survivability System, and it's been made, it's an ECM and RF by BAE Systems. Okay, electronic countermeasures. The way you can tell, because there are some F-15E Strike Eagles here with EPAWs. Now you see this radar, this antenna, sorry, that sticks out. There should be, you almost get 2 that stick out. The EPAWs has 2. All right, one underneath. It looks like it's got 2 of these antennas. That's how you can tell. You can clearly see there's just one. The EPAWs has 2. All right, that's the only way I can tell you an easy identifier. So it's survivability system, a bit like the Typhoon's missile approach antenna, that kind of thing, but a bit more different specifics. Again, as we mentioned about the pilot pitos here, but the air intakes, they move, the inlets move up and down. It is actually quite amazing. There is a video that I've seen of an F-15. In fact, you can see them move when it changes the angle of attack. So this does that. There's ramps inside because you don't want supersonic speeds hitting your fan, which is absolutely amazing. So there's afterburners, by the way. Again, how long are the afterburners? A question I got asked by one of our fans, and it is around 60 feet. 60 feet long of afterburner on this. The airflow on the Pratt & Whitney F100 PW229s, the geometric shapes are changed on the exhaust nozzles by, first of all, let's start right at the beginning. It's bleed air, which is actually controlled by what's called a CENC, a conversion exhaust nozzle control. This mechanical system pushes air by using actuators, and it opens and closes and makes a sweep sound. It's the bleed air that you can hear. So when the exhaust nozzles, they move, they go sweep, 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 basically. It's adjusting the airflow. Now, it may sound fun, it may sound really cool, but do you know what? Airflow is really important. You really need to match your airflow that's coming out of the, to match the thrust that's coming out, the airflow. Because if you don't, you can have a bit of a problem. You can probably have a flame out or stall the aircraft in some ways. You can have serious engine problems if you don't. Imagine all the thrust trying to come out of afterburner and that's stuck. That's going to cause a bit of a problem for you. There is an onboard ladder. It's somewhere about here as well. Now, the F-15E Strike Eagle, there's a couple of differences on the C and the E. First of all, the conformal fuel tanks are missing. You can still add 3 drop tanks to this thing, but the conformal fuel tanks are added to the F-15E Strike Eagle as standard. They do weigh a bit more, but they give you extra fuel, all right? They give you longer range. And the other thing that's missing are the 2 pods underneath. They're really, really important, and they are fixed here. They're actually, when I first started doing this, I thought they were the same pods, but they're actually not. Now let's start on the starboard side. There's a pod underneath there, okay, and that's your lantern. Stands for low altitude navigation and targeting infrared for night, and it literally sits here, all right? Now it actually detects and scans the contours. Really good for low level, but at night and in poor visibility. It's a shame I can't show you it because I don't have this pod on here, but the nav pod, it provides high-speed penetration attack on targets at night or in adverse weather or at low level. It does terrain following radar, and it's fixed infrared sensor, and it can fly at night low level following the contours and scans at high speed. So basically you can go through the Mach loop at night and navigate using that pod, or mountainous areas and into the battlefield, and it's really important when you're going low level, and especially that lantern pod, that navigation pod, can help you avoid being detected by enemy radar by flying low, and flying low in mountainous areas is extremely dangerous at night or in bad weather. So that's what that pod does. It scans it and then delivers that information, that mapping, straight to the pilot, which is amazing. Now the next one, the next pod which sits here, is different. It's a targeting pod. That's really used by the Wizzo, and it's a sniper pod. It's a targeting pod, so you can use your GBU, your laser guided weapons, and it's literally a pilot flies or rows the boat, the Wizzo shoots the ducks, as they say. It's got a nice 6,000 rounds per minute cannon, 500 rounds in there, which is amazing. The M61 Vulcan cannon, which is absolutely amazing. It's a 20 mic barrel, a 6 barrel, 500 rounds. Service ceiling 60,000 feet. I mean, I think it's got pretty much everything you need on it, from 8 AMRAMs to ASRAMs 4 and 4, and you can fit it with all sorts of GBUs on there and a whole load of stuff. Empty weight 38,000 pounds. A little bit more with the CFTs, 24,500 pounds of payload. That's going to cause your opponents a bit of a headache. And it is a proven aircraft, let's face it, with its aerial combat history of 104 aerial victories with 0 losses in aerial combat, and it's got a unique, well, the F-15E Strike Eagle has a very unique aerial victory, to say the least. The only aircraft to have got a air-to-space kill. I know. I mean, how amazing is that? As well, and it's got a unique, it's got a couple of unique kills as well, shall we say. It's got the story on Valentine's Day during the Gulf War as well. It's got a satellite that it's taken out. But the story goes, really, back in the 60s, they were developing an idea of having a air-dominating aircraft, but the MiG-25, the Foxbat, kind of got there first. We couldn't let that happen. The story goes from 1972, from its first flight, F-15A, and then the family version in 1973, the F-15, well, it was actually called the TF-15A, but they changed it to the F-15B. It broke an 8 time to climb record in 1975 in January. It got to 98,425 feet in just 3 minutes, 27.8 seconds, and then coasted off at only 103,000 feet. I mean, that's just amazing. It is a symbol of American air superiority, a marvel of engineering, and an answer to the Foxbat MiG-25. And in the 60s, when they first started to design an idea, they didn't match the MiG-25, let's put it that way. They outclassed it. From the training incident that happened on the 1st of May 1983, during a training sortie, an F-15 collided with an A4 Skyhawk, and the pilot lost control, and the Wizzo was expecting to hear the punch out to eject. The pilot didn't, put on the afterburners instead, and while it was spinning in a dive, it actually got to some sort of control. Now, they couldn't see what was going on with the right wing. They knew it'd been hit. They landed safely at twice the speed they should have done, and they couldn't really see. All they could see was this massive cloud that was forming here. When they actually landed using the arrestor cable, which snapped because it couldn't cope with the speed it landed at, the crew got out and realised that they actually landed with just one wing. The reason why they couldn't see the damage, it was just a ball of this fuel just evaporating into a cloud. So here's a design that could land you with just one wing. On the 13th of the 9th, 1985, this very aircraft, for example, could also have you a target out in space. Yes, we have a pilot with the only air-to-space kill, the only aircraft with an air-to-space kill, and it was O2 Major Wilbert Doug Pearson. Took off in a steep vertical climb. He was flying at just under the speed of sound at 0.95 over the Pacific, and it was at 36,000 feet. His target was a Solwind P-78-1 satellite. It was moving at only 17,500 miles per hour, and it was only 300 miles away from him, you know. But Pearson pushed that pickle button and he destroyed it. Yes, the only pilot to have an air-to-space kill. Amazing. And then one more story as well. So not only can you take out a satellite, not only can you fly back with one wing, you can also use a very unorthodox method, but you do what you can in combat. The Special Forces, Valentine's Day, 1991. I mean, let's face it, you don't mess with Green Berets. However, they were about to get pinned down in the mountains by a set of Mi-24 Hind attack helicopters. Nasty stuff. F-15s were on the case. Problem is, they were about to take off, these Mi-24s. Problem is, Sidewinders didn't have that range. So, what did they do? Well, guess what? Bennett, Captain Tim Bennett, he decided that they were going to use, with his Wizzo, they were going to use a GBU-10. That's a guided bomb, not a missile. Yep, the Wizzo got a lock on the Mi-24, but to their horror, it got airborne. But because it got airborne, and it was at night, again, using probably the lantern and the targeting pod together, they locked onto the Mi-24. They thought it was too late. They pushed the pickle button. They thought it was too late, but then they saw this massive flash, and the Mi-24 was obliterated, giving the F-15E Strike Eagle the most unusual aerial victory of its type. And on a more modern level, of course, aerial combat now involves drones, and they have taken out a good 70 odd of these as well. So 2 quick climbs in total, not one. Yes, I'm aware my F-15 has a nose gear issue. I will get that fixed. Just realised I can't put a space when I'm typing, so this will be interesting. Let's have a little, I'm just going to do this off the top of my head. I won't be able to type it because I'll accidentally press the send button. So the longest serving aircraft, let's have a look. So we've got the Sterling, short Sterling bomber here, 4 years. We've then got the, let's have a look, just trying to have a little think actually, because we've got B-29s here as well. Just trying to establish the amount of years, but at Lakenheath I need to check the B-29, but the F-100 arrived here in 1960 and that went on till about 1972, so that had 12 years. The F-4 Phantom had 5 years, from 72 to 77. From 77, oh hang on a minute, 1977 to 1991. The Aardvark left in 92, that's quite a substantial amount of years. 13, let's have a look, 3, 13, 14, so about 14 years the Aardvark, would you say? Do you agree with that? 1977 to 1991, so be it 92, because I think one left in December. So that's quite, that's probably that's one of the that's another long serving. You've got in 1994 you had the F-15Cs and they became inactive 2021. That's another good runner for a second place, definitely. The F-35 since 2021. We also had B-47s, we had B-50s, I'd like to say here as well. Check my notes. Yeah, B-50s, B-29s. Even 1960, that would only bring it to 12 years max. So, yeah. So the longest serving aircraft here is indeed the F-15E Strike Eagle. Tell you what, check this out. I've got this for you. By the way, a little reference to the book by Ken Delf, another classic, great book. Here we go. You've got the units post 1945. You got the 2nd Bomb Group from 1948. They were operating the B-29. You got the 43rd Bomb Group from August 49, operating the B-50 KB-29s. And you've got the 48 Fighter Wing. There we go, Jan 1960, F-100, F-4, F-111, F-15s, but I'll give you those individually. Also got the 93rd Bomb Group here from 51 with B-50 and KB-29, so that's pretty legendary. Gaz Russell, good morning to you. Alan Q, how you doing? Steve McKay, Edward Coates, Hank Verhule Aspen, hope you're all good. Leah, Tim Gooch, Mayhem, Alex Black Cat, Mark Moody, Peter Atkins, hope you're all good and well. Thanks to all of you for getting the TEDs out. You got Churfo, sorry about that, your names have gone into user modes. Or usernames rather. So I've got, according to my ears, I can hear F-15E Strike Eagles still spooling. Sounds like they're on the move. Yes, so I'm going to, it's undecided tomorrow, Alan Q and everyone wondering about tomorrow. So it's, I'm just trying to battle the weather tomorrow. I've got a couple of locations tomorrow. I just need to establish how bad or how good, depending on how you want to see it, the weather is going to be, and if there's going to be even any movement anyway. I need to justify the amount of movement. So it's on the table at the moment. Just got to figure out which one I'm going to risk. One of them is a risk, where we could get nothing, and the other one, a bit of a longer journey, but we'll get something, I think. But how many? Don't know. So I need to just work that bit out. Nice one, Raptor 29. Nice. Tones Planes, how you doing? Tony, how you doing? Hope you're good. Edward Coates, I've just realised who you are, Tones Planes, because it's obviously all the names are all, it's all gone to usernames at the moment, but I'm trying to figure out who you are. There we go, we should get a taxi in a second. I can hear the nozzles sort of moving, the sounds of them moving, so they should be here in the next few minutes. We haven't had any F-35As yet, but you never know. I'm all good, thank you very much for those asking. I'm all good, and welcome. Gaz Russell, hope you're good. In regards to you and Sonny. Martin Skeet, how you doing? Hope you're good. In regards to Battle Dev, hope he's all good. Most bases have a 25-meter range, or at least a kind of range that they can use to fire rifles and guns. Okay, here we go. The F-15s are getting closer and closer to the catwalk. Welcome to the show. Hope you're all good. I don't even know. Have we got 1,000 likes yet? If you haven't done so, you've been cleared to touch and go on the like button. Give us a thumbs up. Let's ride. And do subscribe. Come and join us. And make sure you got that notification bell button on as well, so you don't miss out on our latest and greatest live streams and videos. Michael Woodbridge, oi oi to you. Edward Coates, Armatol, how you doing? Alex Blackcat, Alex Raven, how we all doing? Hope you're all good. Richie B, how you doing as well? And yeah, if you just joined us, we got F-15E Strike Eagles very shortly about to appear on our screen. That is a good point about Eriswell Lodge. Yes, they do clay shoot in there, actually. Very true. Got a very, very low CV22. Where are you? Oh, look at that lowrider. Yeah, look it up. Oh, proper, isn't it? Very close now. You can hear the nozzles getting closer and closer. Scunthorpe 1014, you too, man. Here we go. at this. Beautiful. That's our first one. So, RAF Lakenheath, for those interested, it is a Royal Air Force station operated by the United States Air Force in Europe. It's one of a few stations here in the UK. We've got Lakenheath, of course, here, just 5.5 miles in front in the direction of the backwards crow flying is RAF Mildenhall, again operated by United States Air Force. To my 5 o'clock, same distance, around 5 miles, is another US Air Force operated station, RAF Feltwell. We've also got RAF Broughton, sort of towards Oxfordshire. We've also got RAF Fairford as well. And there's two more that I always forget. Always. Oh, Molesworth, RAF Molesworth as well. Old Cumbria is no longer really, it's getting shrunk down. I think that's pretty much, you might as well say that's pretty much gone. So just the one at the moment. There should be another one very shortly as well. Is that it there? Comes up my eyes. Let me have a quick look. Nope, not yet. Hello! Right, here we go. So I thought there was two, but looks like it's just the one. Climbs for the day. Take that. Also a big shout out to RAPCON, Radar Approach Control. Lakenheath Tower managing both Lakenheath and Mildenhall. Mildenhall is a 24-hour station, so with the base, with the stations being close together, they will indeed So yeah, that's RAPCON, the radar approach control. The classic 15-degree angled tinted windows of an air traffic control tower to prevent glare and create a nice effect to not disturb the eyesight looking at the screens. Part of the 48th Operations Support Squadrons, and that's radar approach control, which is what RAPCON stands for. It is here at Lakenheath, a facility here ensuring the security and readiness of military and civilian flight operations around the clock by managing an airspace of around 60 nautical miles in radius and from surface to 20,000 feet in altitude. So you could say, in effect, assisting the pilot from, let's say, windows shut right up to 20,000 feet. RAPCON has radar technology to manage its designated airspace, coordinates with a multiple of nations, their command and control agencies across this East Anglia region, and it supports, of course, here the daily flight operations of the 48th Fighter Wing, the 100th Air Refuelling Wing, and the 352nd Special Operations Wing as well, facilitating the flights, sorties, routine flights, and their complex military exercises as well. They have also an assist controller and an approach controller, and I can hear F-35s that have just started up. The approach controller basically talks to the aircraft, and the assist controller is writing down the altitude and the course of the flight, sliding in, which you may have seen on movies where they write down on a little slate and slide it across. And they collaborate between RAPCON and pilots. That's a crucial bond and a collaboration, particularly during adverse weather as well. With the prevention of conflicts in airspace, they will do collision control, so they avoid aircraft heading towards each other, that kind of thing, assisted with practice approaches as well, supporting the execution of fighter maneuvers, so whether they need to be in a certain surge sector or basic fighter maneuvers or general handling in an area, they will basically manage that and control them. So basically it's like a huge orchestra conducted by RAPCON. Hope that's all good. And in addition to the responsibilities, Lakenheath RAPCON also assists with civilian air traffic, particularly nearby airfields, airports as well, and expands the team's responsibilities, ensuring safety for both civilian passengers and military aircraft, as we hear aircraft requesting mapped penetration above us as well, the airspace above us that's controlled by Lakenheath, for example. And RAPCON, shifts are about 8 to 12 hours, and I have heard from them that it is quite fun when it gets a little bit busy up there and congested, and especially during large force exercises. And air traffic controllers as well, although we associate the simulator with pilots, they do actually have their own simulator training as well. They undergo continuous extensive training. They ensure all aircraft within their control is maintained and required, and even new air traffic controllers that arrive into the RAPCON team will get to familiarise themselves with what's around and what aircraft that they have. It's really important that they know what aircraft is here so that they know the capabilities of the aircraft as well. But this really means that no matter what skill level that they are always training. And air traffic controller skill is a true testament here. From what we see, we've seen very, very busy times. There are specific guidelines and process and procedures here. So for example, when F-35s are requesting a practice flame out or precautionary flame out, you could only have 4 in the circuit doing that. You can't have more than 4, for example. Things like this. There's also there's a lot of training that takes place as well, a nice collaboration between pilot and air traffic controller. Sometimes they'll need a bit more of an accurate reading of the weather, so they can do a weather check, and they can do like all sorts of array of training between the two. But it's a true testament the way everything is handled here. There's a few things that are actually local to here. Basically, like local climb is something specific to here. You've got surge sectors, little training areas where that is a Lakenheath thing. Surge sectors are 48 fighter wing areas that they've created so they can carry out their particular types of training for that. So yeah, everything is quite specific to here. If you go to Mildenhall, you may hear different things. So for example, you hear a standard climb out usually, or if they're doing a low approach, they will say option, cleared for the option rather than low approach. Just for example, is an example that, and here as well, you get a lot of, you don't really hear final when they're on final, on the final leg. You always hear base rather than final here. So they use that. There you go. Just something, you know, that's unique. You'll also notice that runway caravans are missing here, but that's not to say there isn't their type of wing safety. There is someone on the ground, again, doing that communication. There is a wing safety truck, and always giving out visual communications as well. There's a few differences here, as I said, and you'll be delighted to hear that the spooling sounds you can hear is the wonderful Pratt & Whitney F-135 PW100 Beauty. An engine that is the most powerful engine fitted currently in a fighter jet. It is the most powerful at 43,000 pounds of thrust, which makes it the largest ever at the moment, until they make something else, but there we go. So, F-35A arrived here on the 15th of December 2021 with the 495th and their new nickname. There are three main variants of the F-35, the A, B and C. This one that we're about to see is the A variant. That's a conventional takeoff and landing, just like the Typhoon or an F-15 or an F-16 for example. This can pull 9 Gs. It does have an arrestor cable as well. There's our F-35A model. This one's the A. And the A variant is the only one of the ABC that has an internal cannon, a GAU 22A cannon, and it's got and can fire a various range of 25 Mike rounds. It's got about 180 rounds, I think it is, on those. Actually, just completely, my mind just went blank. It's either 150 or 180. My mind's just gone blank, but it's the only one with the internal cannon there. It is, of course, a stealth aircraft. This is one that can pull 9 Gs, and it's fitted with the Pratt & Whitney's F-135 PW 100 engine. So it's the same one as the C variant, which I'll explain in a moment. This uses a boomstick for air-to-air refueling. Okay, whereas the B variant, which I'll explain in a moment, does something a little bit different. It is covered totally with radar absorbing material. Now, how does that work? And while I've got a second, I will just show you this. Now, this is a secondary surveillance radar. Okay, I can tell it's a secondary surveillance radar because of that rectangular extra additional sort of antenna radar on the top of the traditional one. But let's take that rectangular one away. Let's take away those aerials, and then you've kind of got like a traditional radar, which would then make it a primary surveillance radar. Okay, now that's on the primary radar is omnidirectional. What that means is it's sending radio waves, sending frequencies and radio waves omnidirectional. All right, now what this is doing is sending out these radio waves and expecting them to come back, and then the ground stations will feed that back to our air traffic controller. All right, that's omnidirectional. It just provides a signature that something's there. It doesn't provide any data. All right, now say for example, I should get something else. Let me get this. There you go. Let's take this. Let's take a F-100. So this isn't classed as a stealth jet, right? Standard. Okay. Now what the radio frequencies are doing, it's waiting for it to come back. Now if you're in a cave, you shout, you get feedback, you get an echo. You're in a canyon, you're in a well, you just say oi oi, you get an oi oi back. That's kind of like what radio waves are doing. It's waiting for that oi oi to come back. All right, now that's really basic way of saying it. However, how do you get less return? Now this is called a radar cross section. I'm going to bring back our F-100. You want to avoid metal. You want to avoid heat. You want to avoid having intakes underneath. You want them on the top. You want to try and have your, you want to avoid 90 degree angle of reflection, angle of refraction, right? Well, this is pretty much 90 degrees. Think of the F-16. Oh dear, what's going on there? Heat signatures that you want to avoid, metal, anything like that. This probably has quite a high radar cross section. Probably, I'm gonna, what, 30, 40 meters squared maybe? That's just a guess, I haven't got a clue. But actually saying that, I've actually got that written down somewhere, just haven't memorized it. So this is going to give back a return. And what the primary radar does, they're dotted about, they're waiting. And this is the key thing, radar is always pointing upwards, but they're only effective to a point, which is why if you go low, they can't really get you. Anyway, let's go back to our F-35, just so you can understand what's going on here. Lockheed Martin have got what's called a radar absorbing material. First of all, the material that's made on this aircraft is predominantly carbon composite. So that's a tick for number one. It's got less metal on it. Radars love metal. They do. They love heat. But hang on a minute. They also love 90 degrees. You ain't going to get it here. And also the material that this is painted with, it's patented by Lockheed Martin, a special coating on there called radar absorbing material, RAM, and it can absorb 0.1 megahertz right up to 60 gigahertz. So even the likes of an S400 will not be able to detect this successfully. And it's got a type of iron in it, and it absorbs and burns away the radio frequencies. Also got radar absorbing tape. The intakes are on the sides. Think of the B2's intakes, they're on the top. You're never going to catch that. So not only are you really making it difficult for radar to send a return signal back, you've got radar absorbing material, you've got radar absorbing electrical optical like absorbing material. This is the EOTS targeting system. This is even made with sapphire. Again, low radar cross section. Even the nose characteristics of a stealth fighter, you'll see them on all stealth fighters. The nose is not round, it's actually tapered, or it's got a ridge from point to the intake. Reason? Because if the radar catches it at the correct angle, it will come back and return straight away. Slanted elevators. Remember, 90 degrees, radars love that. Happy times for radar. So this gives a cross section about the size of a golf ball. And considering this is not a golf ball, there you go. That's how that's going to work. And it's now time for me just to end that little chat, unfortunately. Let's see the real thing. Our real thing there. Also the serrations, just really quickly, as radar hits and makes contact, serrations are everywhere. These zigzags, literally even on the nozzle to disperse the heat, to get rid of it. Zigzags everywhere, serrations absolutely everywhere to give it the low radar cross section that it has. Absolutely marvelous engineering. And here we are, the real thing. Now I was going to point out the secondary surveillance radar, which is what it is, and how that works. There are 3 modes that the transponder will use as well, which I will talk to you after these departures of the SSR and how that works. Has 3 different modes as well, but we'll talk to you about that. It's got A, C and S. It is amazing how that works. Here comes trouble, here we go. into the EOR, that's fine. Gives us a bit longer. Maximum speed Mach 1.6. Now don't be fooled by just thinking, yeah, it's not very fast, etc, etc. Don't be fooled at this, because speed, what's the point? This wasn't designed for speed, it was designed for loitering time, to get the job done undetected. Think of the B2, that's not supersonic. Think of the F-117, that wasn't supersonic. This is a mixture and an answer to having a bit of attack multi-role. This can switch roles, and it certainly has the range to do it as well. Nicola Jones, how you doing? Alan Burden, Karen Glenn, Margot, Edward Coates, Jivan Pulliam, Remco De Vrij. How are we doing? Thanks for being tuned in to your one and only Ted Coningsby channel. You know it. Here comes more trouble. Light looks interesting. Release. Wow. Yes.
They always come out when we get
Oh God. There's another one. Thank you. I saw one. Yep, two. Yep, four. there's more. Yes. So we've got 4. Yeah, there's millions, isn't there? Millions of them. The F-35 takes off. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Here we go. Here we go. Should come in now. Yeah. So, millions of them. Here we go. way of avoiding radar. It is officially Quicklime Thursday. Going? Oh no, it's not normally the route. Okay, just a little bit of swappage. Oh, another 2. Questions that have been sent in from our viewers and fans. One of the questions that I've just been sent is why do they turn off the afterburner and then put it back on? A great question. The F-15E Strike Eagle does it, the F-35A does it, especially on quick climbs. You'll see that mostly. And this is because it needs to allow the landing gear to retract, because if it doesn't, it could damage it going at those kind of speeds. I mean, let's face it, the landing gear is not supposed to be down at 450 miles per hour, for example, which can actually damage the landing gear and cause it to stick, which would cause a few more other problems and issues. So what they do, they'll get to a certain point just to allow the gear to retract, and then bang on that afterburner or afterburners if you're an F-15 to put straight on. So a great question there. Another one that's just been sent in by one of our fans is that do pilots fly the same aircraft as in the airframe? The answer is no, they're not allocated to one only aircraft. They're allocated to an aircraft, but not one specifically. So pilot A is not going to use aircraft 1, 2, 3, 4 forever. It doesn't work like that. So a pilot will use a variety of airframes. So just to reiterate, a pilot will use any aircraft that they're qualified to fly in, any airframe that's available. And you'll even notice that you may get some, for example, the red tail flash, you may know, is the 494th. A 492nd pilot can still fly that. It's what's available. We see this at Coningsby quite a bit, where they're put into pools, they're called, in the Royal Air Force. Aircraft can be put into a pool where this airframe, regardless of the markings, can fly with specified squadrons. Okay, so a pilot doesn't have just one aircraft only. It is not their aircraft. In fact, traditionally, the aircraft is actually the ground crew. It's the ground crew that actually own that aircraft. It is theirs. They're just lending it to the pilot. If you've got any questions, do feel free to send them in, and I'll do my best to answer them. So that was a nice set of departures, all quick climbs. Right, I'm just going to go and grab a quick cup of tea. I'll be 1 sec. And I'll be back. If you've got any questions, I'll have a little look what you got, and then I'll try and answer them for you. Hello.
I don't think she'll appreciate doing more stuff. No, I don't think she would. Just double touch and go.
The Osprey, is it? Okay. I didn't see an Osprey earlier.
Yeah. Cheers.
Oh, Windy was with us the other day.
Ah.
Yeah. Davey. He does good, didn't he? There's my
I don't know
monocle.
how many that was. Was that 10 or 12?
It was only 8.
I thought it was only.
There was another lot that.
Oh no, there was another 2. Wasn't
Yeah, there was 2 sneakies appeared out.
there? Yeah. So 10. Yeah. Yeah. We're going to wait for him to come back. I don't really fancy Yes.
Especially going.
Yeah. No, I haven't got too much.
Well, you Keenan's going to go up the other way. He's going to go up the spot and he said to go.
Sounds
He's
good,
going
isn't it? There's one F-15, isn't there? Yeah. That's single, so.
Yes.
They have done. Yeah, I think they have done, but not that low as normal. I've come across that before.
have to for training.
Sure, there is that.
For 25 metres.
Yeah, I'm sure they have done that orange. They'll obviously use their lantern.
Super duper, yeah. Don't say anything more about it.
To have a specific mission.
I think so, yeah, because of the times. I think they have to actually put no time for that.
Yeah.
It's like we've holding it's just an amount of hours. Oh dear. I'm going to have another one. I've got Earl Grey today.
Joanna will be rocking up soon.
Yeah. I've granted Earl Grey. I love that.
Rocks has just got Tetley.
Earl Grey on the rocks.
You
can't beat it.
Earl Grey on the rocks.
Yorkshire.
Yeah, you've got to have a bit of Yorkshire tea.
No, I'm all good.
Jill's Yorkshire.
No thanks.
No, I'm all good.
I was going to say, you've been well fed.
Thank you.
Ginger and
Yes. Yes, that's the same one. Serial number.
Got your name. Got your name on it. Yeah.
will it be 120 by 10?
I don't see why not.
Yeah, because it's a month, isn't it? Or just one? No, it'd be a month this week. Oh, is it what? That one? That would be hilarious.
That's the sort of thing we do.
Yeah.
It is aircraft related.
Well, yes.
Point Charlie.
Point Charlie, yeah. No approach. Especially the one that does when it's got a see the job. I think you reckon he can fly. He's got this thought in his head.
Really?
Michael. Oh, he's in, yeah, just
Just see his back guard, look at trying to get an awful round. Is Caroline watching out the window? Well,
Yeah, no, yeah, my mum told me. Yeah.
At least you had a picture of them alive.
Yeah.
It's a decoy. It's on the news.
Yeah, my mum told me.
See you soon. Wish you
Yeah.
well.
I'm not on off by Monday.
Oh dear, oh dear.
If Rox is not on Monday, you'll know why.
Does anyone have a lighter? One sec, let's get rid of these ones.
Firework?
Yeah.
You thought it was.
Forgot
then,
I
didn't
got these. I've got to get a lighter. This will get rid of the wasps. Flies, they hate this. It's citronella. That's what I find on the
Did you go in the
You can try. Yeah, try them all.
Hope you've got hairspray on.
I can't see it. Here we go.
No, it's gone out.
Tell you what, I'll put it in the van. I'll put it in the van.
good.
This could be even worse side. Oh, that's better.
Dip it, yeah, just dip it in. Well, mine's full.
Yeah, that's the one. Got a bit of afterburner on there. Look. I'll just pop it there. Just somewhere where. They hate it. They really work.
Does it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know they don't like citronella, but they would worry.
Not a sparkler. Sorry about that. Mind you, that sparklers will probably work actually. Alright, so what we got? 10 and 1, I believe, haven't we?
Come back.
Right, how we doing, ladies, gents, and teddy bears? Hope we're all good and well. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel. Let's have a little look if there's been any.
She saw one land.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, shit's good. That one's gone.
I did give you lights back, didn't I?
Yeah.
That's my age, just going there. That short-term memory loss there. Alright.
Probably not.
Yes. Alright, what we got here? Martin Osborne, how we doing?
Okay. And jump. Mine comes down.
Where are we going?
You look like an expert. How long do you think we need to wait? 1 hour.
Oh my gosh, what are we going to do?
Actually, no, it's F-15. It went out a bit earlier, so that could come back.
Jojo Ilot, how you
Assuming
doing?
It is coming back.
Member for 18 months. Guards March to you. An amazing 18 months. Thanks, Nikos, Ted, and TCS. Thank you very much. Flash DJ 1974. A high five and a paw pump. Thank you for gifting 5 Ted Coningsby membership. Guards March. Martin Skeep, 25 months. Oi oi TCS family from the field. Oi oi. Alex Raven, oi oi Point Charlie crew. See you in a couple of weeks. Guards March. Karen Glenn 6707, member for 29 months. 29 months of Great Plains. Thank you, Nikos. And Ted, thank you very much. 555 Triple Nick, thank you to the SOC and TCS, as always. Love you guys. Thank you very much. A Guards March to you. Thank you very much. Thanks for the super chat. Peter Atkins, member for 19 months. Ted, the super military channel. You know it is. We Stevie Boy, high five. Guards March, thank you very much for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership. And we Stevie Boy, another high five and a Guards March. Thank you for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership. And Hans Olav Moore, member for 19 months, who's put Mildenhall is my favourite military airport. Guards March. Alex Spinks with 29 months membership. Oi oi, how you doing? Hope you're good, man. Long time no see all. Hope everyone's well. Life's busy, so I'm not on as much as I used to be. I'm still lurking on in the background. Well, good to see you on here anyway, man. Hope you're well. And David Patrick, Guards March. And who's put, does a pilot always fly the same airframe? Ironically, I've just answered that. That's quite cool. Or do they jump in the next available aircraft? And thinking about whether the seat is adjustable. Good question. Mind you, I've been fortunate enough to sit in 2 Typhoon airframes and they are amazingly comfortable. The memory foam on them is rather good. Yes, the seats are adjustable. Robert Brassel, thank you very much for 26 months. Yeah. Margot, thank you very much for the super sticker. And we Stevie Boy, thank you as well for the super sticker. Along with CRZ Spirit, who's put awesome. And thank you, CRZ Spirit, for the super chat. So have you got any questions for Ted, by the way? Ted, let's get Ted on the hot seat. So if you've got any questions for Ted, Ted's going to do a Q&A. This is questions for Ted. Not me. This is for Ted. I'll have to translate and interpretate in English from bear language, unless you're tuned in to bears, like the other bears. They're all tuned in. We've got Adrian Anderson, a Guards March to you. Thank you very much for the super chat, Guards March. So if you've got any questions for Ted, any of his favourite aircraft or anything like that, which you probably all know his favourite aircraft anyway. Good one there from Paul from Wiltshire. How much salmon does Ted consume a day? He does consume quite a bit, don't you, Ted? About 3 lots of salmon, he says. Nice. Go for it. Thank you very much. He does consume quite a bit of salmon. Realistically, has about what do you have, Ted? Realistically, is about 500 grams. Wow, 500 grams of salmon. You're looking good. It must be good for the fur. It clearly prevents hair loss. There we go. You don't need to go and have right. Mark W 6586 Ted, where does oi oi come from? Good question, very good question. I've been saying it for years and years and years and years, and that's about it. It just came along. LEJ approach. Ted, what's your favourite car? Oh, that's a good question. Because Ted doesn't really do cars, do you, Ted? No. Do you have any particular favourite car? He's having a little think. What's that? Yeah, I can see you in that, Ted. I can see you in that. Yeah. What is it? Can you tell everyone? Okay. Ted really likes the Ford Mustang. What's that? Blue with a white stripe going through it. Okay, that's very specific. I can see that. Adrian Anderson, how do you stay calm when Nikos sometimes doesn't? Ted just shakes his head on that one. He just, you have to be calm like a bear. Is that right? Okay, nice. The bat of purple. Does Ted prefer Scottish or Canadian salmon? Oh, good question. Okay, so Ted says that it needs to be organic and it needs to be really good. And he likes Alaskan salmon. He likes Scottish salmon. What's that? He's never tried Canadian salmon. Have you not? We'll have to get you some Canadian salmon then, Ted. Okay, no worries. We'll get Ted some Canadian salmon. But we usually go to a sushi bar and go and get Ted some salmon sashimi. And of course, the grade on that has to be quite top grade for bears. Big Z, what's Ted's favourite plane which no longer flies? Do you have a favourite aircraft which no longer flies, Ted? What's that? I think he's got Ted says he's got a few. Right, okay, which no longer flies. Oh, you have two. Okay, mate, what are they? The Vulcan. Ted likes the Vulcan. That'd be nice for it back to fly, wouldn't it? He wants to go in an SR-71. And what's that? You got one more? Okay, mate. Ted says he wishes in fact, what's that? You've changed your mind. Oh no. We've got a beret down. Beret down, beret. We haven't had a beret down for a long time. Ted wishes the Sterling bomber was still flying along with the Wellington as well. That's quite nice, Ted. I like that. Yeah. Got JAS FT 9746. Yeah, we'll have to try some Canadian salmon. We've never tried it, so we'll have to get that. And if I've missed your question,
I'll see you in a few weeks.
it might have scrolled past. Oh, right, he's seen it. Yeah, man. Good to see you, man. Yeah, you too, mate. Bye. Do apologise. It does skip, so I may have to. You may have to put it again. Let's have a look here. Oliver Dalton, happy birthday to your dad. Let's have a look. Oh yeah, take care, Julie. Thank you for today. Bye. Finn Abbott, who's put Ted, what's your favourite food? I think we all know what Ted's favourite food is. It is, of course, salmon. Okay, we may have to just Leah, how you doing? Ted likes all the airfields, right? Do you like all the airfields? He does. Right, we may have to just get back on Ted may need to go now, so I think we've got an F-15. Oh, you off as well, man? Alright, man. I think we've got an F-15 coming apparently very shortly. Where is it?
Make sure something's right.
Yeah, it's approaching Brandon. Cool. All right, man. Yeah, seeing a few. Yeah, it's come up quickly, isn't it? Yeah. It's be pretty cool.
Anyway, good to see you.
Yeah, good to see you, man. Take it. You heading back now, or you heading back? All right, you still got a few bits to do. Okay. All right, man. Cool.
Cool, mate.
Yeah, I'll see you later, mate. Take care. Bye. Yeah, we've got an F-15 not far away now. Yeah, 15 not far.
Oh, it's back. Coming back.
Yeah, it's not far.
Ah,
Should be over Brandon.
15 coming back.
Yeah, should be over Brandon in about 2 minutes. Well, probably less than that at that speed.
Yes. 30 seconds.
Oh, Leah, didn't quite read that properly actually. What's your Ted will need to come back for that one. What has been your favourite lost airfield to date? Ooh, that is a good question. I kind of read that wrong. Sorry about that. Very, very good question. I'll tell you what, they've all been really interesting. For those who don't know, Ted loves Voss. He seems to have teamed up with The Rock and likes to drink Voss. God, that's a turn. That's almost at 90 degrees. That's a turn and a half, that, isn't it? Oh, hello.
Look, there it is.
Yeah, that was less than 2 minutes, wasn't it? Oh, well, you're a bit high and dry. This is called a high tack initial. It's really not good for your back at this position. Sorry, let me just got to adjust the tripod, just 2 seconds. There we go, that's better. especially this time of year. And don't forget, we've still got about 5 million F-35s to come back. Nicely done.
There's a proper field down there. You alright?
You're right there.
It's good that you've got a van with a platform.
Yeah.
That's a picture F-35 when they shot it like a rocket.
Oh, nice. That's very good.
Oh. Are you live streaming?
Yes. Oh, yeah. Right, how we doing, ladies, gents and teddy bears? Hope we're all good. So these were low approaches as the F-15 approached us initially. That's called a high tack initial, a bit like your initial. Now I probably need to give you a diagram to explain that, because of course our newer viewers that are quite new to this need to give you an idea. But you've got to imagine that there's like an imaginary circuit, a pattern so to speak. The circuit has particular names given, so let's have a little see how I can explain it. So If we look over here, so they're using runway 23 at the moment. Now when you see them come in about here and go right over us, that is what you call initial. And for here as well, if they were using runway 05, if they were coming towards us, over here's Point Charlie. Thank you, Point Charlie crew. So they're now, so these are going into what's called downwind. Not yet, any second now. So this area is, they're now going to go in the circuit into downwind. So this is downwind. And then you've got base, leg, and then you've got the final. Now they can land, they can request. So about here, the pilot will be saying to air traffic control, base, gear down, land, or like we've seen the pilot perform earlier, called a low approach. So it doesn't actually touch the ground. Very rare to get a touch and go where the pilot will touch down and go again. Now it's not necessarily a go around. They do go into a go around as such, but they're not actually a go around. So yeah, so that F-35 did another low approach, and then we'll go into downwind, into base, final, etc. So if the pilot right now is about to abort the land, they'll kind of come towards us a little bit for a standard go around. Oh, here we go, more from Point Charlie. Beautiful. There's another 4. So in 1945, the base, the station RAF Lakenheath, was closed, and it closed as a Royal Air Force operating station, and it was closed for a project that took almost 2.5 years, a bit longer than normal, because Sculthorpe, Lakenheath and Marham were chosen to become very heavy bomber bases. VHBs for the B-29 very heavy bomber, which meant that the runways were extended, and today the runway is still at a whopping 9,000 feet. It is a 9,000 foot runway, for those that would like to know, which is excellently, that's quite substantial. So, just seeing a comment there. So yes, the runway is long.
Yes.
Aspen, enjoy your time away, man. Take care. See you next week, man. Take care, Aspen. Yeah.
Okay, cool. Yeah,
No worries, no worries. Yeah. Right, I see, gotcha. Yeah, all right. Fair enough. You've all enjoyed the show so far. Don't forget to visit tedconingsby.co.uk, and I'll just show you a selection of patches that we've got available on our online store, tedconingsby.co.uk. Don't worry, we do ship globally. We've got a range of patches. Just show you our latest one here. It's our special ops patch that we've got. Again, high quality. Let's see what let's see if we can get some good light on there. Not the best light at the moment, is it? There we go. So we've got our special ops patch done in that sort of low visible, that subdued patch style. We've also got our traditional, our classic Ted Coningsby. Again, they are Velcro. They do come with Velcro as well. That's our classic patch. Oh yes. And our Blue Skies patch, representing the 4 fighter stations top, with the Typhoon representing Lossiemouth and Coningsby. To the left, to the right, we've got Lakenheath with the F-15E, and to the left, the F-15B of Marham. Also got the Beret Recovery Team patch as well. Again, comes with Velcro. Look at that. And for those that love PVC as well, we've also got a PVC patch as well. That one's in its little case. And we've also got a very special patch. We don't have many left. They are limited edition. They come in this special box, and they are a pilot issue patch that we give to pilots that have won our Ted Coningsby Display Awards, or if they've flown TED. And inside is a, let me just open it up. Let's see what number this one. It comes with a special certificate of authenticity, and it's a very special patch, and it comes with the card. We made 150 for the members of the public. We don't have many left. This one's number 103 out of 150. There's only a few left. Okay, so that's that one there. It comes in a little box. So get yourself that before that goes, because once that's gone, that is it. We do have clothing, patches, key tags, key rings, dog tags. What else we got? We got wristbands, lanyards, car graphics. We've got car decals as well. Signed photos of Ted. Just trying to think what else we got off the top of my head. Jumpers, hoodies, yeah, t-shirts, and a range of t-shirts to suit your needs. Mate, good to see you. Thanks for the books, man.
Yeah, no
thanks,
problem
buddy.
at all.
Take
Good
care.
to meet you,
Yeah,
lads.
you too, mate. Yeah.
Right.
See you later.
Yeah, I'll keep watching.
Thank you. Hi, you're right. Good, thank you. Oh, nice. How you doing? All right. Good. Okay. There you go. Oh, nice. Nice. Very good. Very good. Yeah. Yeah, there was a few low ones. Yeah. Cool, wasn't it? Very good. You enjoy it, yeah? Yeah. It was good, wasn't it? Yeah, no, they looked pretty low from up here.
Yeah, they go super low. Yeah.
How are we doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? Hope we're all good. So we should have a few more to come back yet. I'm not going anywhere just yet. Still got a couple of hours with you before we finish up for the day. In fact, actually, it's coming up to 1400, so we usually finish up about 1500. So we'll hang around for that. alright? Okay, yeah, did you have a good time?
There they are.
Oh yeah, no, it's good. Glad you had a good time. So we got two F-35As high and dry, two of them together. I'll just wait a moment. Right, this should be good. Often see them turn right into Point Charlie. I'll just wait for them to get a bit closer. We're all good, ladies, gents, and teddy bears, as we just come up to the last hour of our show. Hope we're all good. I will do my best to get you a show tomorrow. The weather isn't looking the best as usual. I don't think we've had much luck with our Halloween specials. It's I remember going to Hull Beach and it was completely rained down. Last year, I just remember just the fog. Do you remember the fog from last year? It was just completely just here to stay, and all we had in 7 hours was a C-17. That was quite interesting. We did have startups, but it was just so foggy that you couldn't see much, and all the flights got cancelled, if you remember that Halloween special. But yeah, tomorrow I'm just going to try and dodge the rain, I think, tomorrow, by the look of it. It's not that bad, but it is in some areas. In fact, there's a bit of zappy in some areas in the west, so yeah, it's going to be, let's try and dodge the weather. I'll see what I can do. Right, here we go, just behind us at my 6, 2 F-35s. Give us a woofy. This looks good. Nicely done. rear landing gear open out first for the nose gear. If we do get to see it, hang on. There you go. That distinctive long contour of the internal cannon, the GAU-22A cannon on the F-35A on the port side. Thanks a lot for the orders that have just come in, that I've just had just now for the patches. Thank you so much. That means a lot. Thank you very much for helping out the channel. Sounds. Can you hear that? Point Charlie, here we go. I do love the external missile railings there. Hard points. You can add some goodies to them. They look cool. I love them. Oh yeah. Great with them on, I reckon. I reckon this is our last two. Last one, I think. So let's I'll make that 10. Are you off now, buddy?
Yeah, I've got to go.
Right, well, I'll see you next week.
And I'll say hello tomorrow if we're going to do
I'm not expecting anything, but the weather's not great anyway, so... It's not far from your dad. Give it a risk, give it a go. I remember last year here, we had just that one C-17 in 7 hours. That was spectacular. That was really good. Yeah, up and down after a while afterwards, just a little bit on. Oh, is it still 2? I think it's 3. I thought that was it, but well, I'll see you on as far as I know. Where we going? Yes. Yeah, thanks for the compass. That was amazing. Yeah. That's already stirred up a little bit of a buzz.
Mine's in books as well.
My house has actually subsided now. Oh dear. It's the only house in the estate that's got a subsidence.
Probably due to merch.
Yeah, probably. But no, it'd be good. It'd be good. It's a nice thing, that. Yeah.
Brings it on a bit.
Yeah, whatever. Everything helps, doesn't it? I think it's about £2,000 for a tyre. Thereabouts.
Probably.
It's about right. So, even a tyre will do. All right, buddy. Well, as far as I'm planning, it should be again next Friday. I should be here. All right, buddy. Yeah. Take care. I don't know. I'm trying to work out if that was the last two. I can't remember. Yeah, no, I know. There's even two more. That's it. It's one of those. So I'm just going to wait a little bit and pack up anyway.
Yep.
See you, man. How we doing, ladies, gents and teddy bears? As I mentioned earlier in the show, for those that are not sure how radar, as in a real air traffic controller's radar, and how it all works and what ADSB is, things like this, it's well, this is the place for you to come and join us, and we will explain as best as I can. I'll try and make it simple for you. But just a quick one, ADSB, for those that don't know, stands for Automatic Dependent, because it is dependent. It's also automatic, hence the A, the dependency, S for surveillance, and B, broadcast. It is something that was put into effect only a few years ago. It's quite a recent thing that all aircraft should be installed with an ADSB receiver. Now, this is a separate thing that's sort of integrated, and you can, if you've got your own little private tiny little Piper or Cessna, you can actually buy an ADSB receiving kit to install in your aircraft. But of course, aircraft like these would have them installed already. So this is kind of separate to the actual transponder in the aircraft. All aircraft flying in UK airspace have to have transponders on. It is always on. Now, before we get into ADSB, just to let you know, there's also an ADSB in and an ADSB out. Now, there are other methods of radar which detect certain things. So, as we mentioned earlier today about the primary radar literally is an omnidirectional radar just to see what's out there. That's all it does. It has no, it doesn't carry any information with it, okay? So it's just to detect aircraft or what's out there. And you've got to remember that primary radar does not use a transponder. All right, let's put that to one side for a minute. I'm going to tell you how a good old radar works. A good old primary radar that's spinning round. It takes 3 or 5 seconds to spin right round, something like that. I forgot how long it was, but what it's doing, it's let's show you this. This is actually a secondary surveillance radar. This is what uses transponders, but I'll talk to you about that in a minute. How do I know it's an SSR? Well, it's got a long rectangular radar on top of the standard kind of radar. Can you see the sort of like that normal kind of radar that you'd expect at an airport, but on top is this long rectangular part. If we were to imagine that we took away that long rectangular part, that would kind of make it a primary radar. And what that's doing is it's spinning round, it's sending out radio waves, like frequencies and radio, it's sending out a radio wave. And what it's doing, it's sending out these waves and it's waiting for it to come back, okay? This goes to ground controllers, which sends that information and it pings on air traffic controllers' radar. That does not need a transponder, all right? So this is the thing. It can still pick up aircraft transponders on or off, okay? This is a completely different thing. This is good old pinging on a radar, as in a genuine air traffic controller's radar. It's omnidirectional, okay, you with me? But of course, stealth aircraft have got away with just bringing not a lot back, okay, because the radio waves that are sent, it's expected to come back. It's almost like a Doppler effect as well. It can kind of work out how far or the speed in some ways. I'm not going to go into the complexity of that, but I'm just giving you an idea of when you send out your radio waves, what's expected it's to come back. This is the radar cross section of what comes back. Okay, so the lower your radar cross section, the more stealthier you are. Okay, everything's got a radar cross section. So for example, Boeing 747 or a B-52 has a radar cross section of about 100 meters squared. You and I, 1 meter squared. This, about 5 centimeters squared. Amazing. The F-15E Strike Eagle, I think it's about 20-ish meters squared. It's made out of a lot of metal, wasn't designed to be stealthy, but there you go. All right, that is what a primary radar does. Now let's talk about a transponder. So transponder on or off, it doesn't matter. A primary radar is there to pick up what's out there. All right, hope you're with me. It has no information, doesn't say anything at all about anything. All right, so that's that. Right, now a secondary surveillance radar. This works alongside transponder. Now before I go into transponders, I need to tell you about squawk codes. Okay, a squawk code, what is it? A squawk code is a 4-digit code that a pilot will be told to type in. This is a kind of aviation management, aircraft management. It is managing the aircraft. Okay, now each is 4 digits, and you can have up to the squawk codes do not have a number 8 or a number 9. I think it's about something like 4,000 different combinations, okay, but they all mean different things, and some are specific for situations. So for example, there's a squawk code 7001. That's a basically a squawk code for low level. 7002, that's your danger area squawk code. 7700, a general emergency squawk code. 7000 used for visual flight rules, so it's a conspicuity code in an uncontrolled airspace. So usually if you're gonna you see that when it's just about to go into a air weapons range or something like that. 7003 red arrow squawk code, or 7004 for an aerobatic flight. You've got 7600 for communications failure, but there's also specific to who's managing the code. Lakenheath has one, Coningsby has one, Swanwick, military, all these have a particular squawk code. It's aircraft management, and it's really important to know that, because on departure you will be given a squawk code. Yes, even if you're an F-35, it's really important to know that. You cannot fly without your transponder off. You can't fly with it off. You have to have it on, because to put that on, you will be given a squawk code, and a squawk code works with the SSR, and it works with your transponder. Let's go to transponder. Squawk codes can be known also as transponder codes. Right, first of all, transponder, what does that mean? It means 2 words, transmit and respond. There is going to be a communication between this aircraft and that SSR. There are modes, yes, I will keep it simple, but for now, let's just go with this. The transponder's turned on, RAPCON will tell the pilot, squawk 3301 on departure, all right? Now, if there's more than one in the flight, it goes up a number. So the second aircraft in the flight will be 3302. Then if there's 3 in the flight, 3303, so on and so on. Because there's a same squawk code with enough numbers on it to mean the same thing, okay? Because there'll be numerous aircraft doing the same sort of thing, okay? Now, transponder transmits and responds. So the pilot will key in 33001, and what that does, it transmits to that SSR, and then it responds, it talks to it, okay? Now that's how SSRs work. They communicate with the transponder. Don't forget, you've got primary radar, which works independently, but it doesn't really have any information. Now, there are 3 different modes on the transponder. There's mode A, C, and S. Now, mode A, all this does, it just sends the squawk code. Mode C gives altitude information as well as the squawk code. Mode S provides a more detailed data, including call sign and aircraft data, as well as everything else with that. Now, once we've got that, there's also an ADS-B receiver. Now, we spoke about radar. Now, ADS-B is different. ADS-B is like your GPS watch, like I've got here. It uses satellite. It doesn't use radar. All right, it's completely different. It's an independent system. All right. Now, it's got satellites up in the skies. ADS-B satellites. Now, they're good and they work to some extent, but you go too low. Hey, have you ever worked out an F-15's going low level and then it just suddenly disappears? Exactly. In mountainous areas, it kind of loses it, which is true for radar as well, because that is why they always say you fly low to evade radar. So the GPS is sending data to the aircraft. That's ADS-B in, the data going in. It's giving out, giving the pilot the ability to know the weather, that kind of thing, lots of information that they can need. ADS-B out is when it sends from the ADS-B receiver to ADS-B ground stations around the world, and from the ground stations it then sends the data to a air traffic controller. A pilot can withhold with clearance from the FAA to hide the data, which is probably why you can't see it usually. But there are different modes on ADS-B as well. Sorry, there are different modes on the transponder as well as emitting your data on ADS-B as well. So you've got kind of two things there that a pilot can do. Okay, so I hope that makes sense, which is why sometimes some aircraft kind of disappear over the Atlantic or overseas, where sometimes the GPS gets a little bit, you know, the serviceability area can disappear. You can also get GPS jamming. Again, this is a major factor for civilian airlines as well. Now, if you were to fly around in this country and turn your transponder off, you will be in serious trouble. One, you could cause a collision. Two, you will be basically not managed, which means, why are you not managed? We don't have a flight plan for you now because you're not managed. So it's really important to know the differences there as well. So if you turn your transponder off completely, the only thing that can pick you up still is primary radar, which is why we can still pick up aircraft that really shouldn't be here, if that makes sense. You're probably thinking, well, how are they picking it up? They turn the transponder off. They turn the transponder off, fine. ADS-B might not be able to pick it up if you've done that, but primary radar can still pick it up. But there's also, like I said, an ADS-B receiver as well. So treat that like an extra transponder, all right? So I hope that cleared up a little bit more on why you can and why you can't see things. So when they go low level, they're so low through the mountainous areas. It's a bit like your watch. If you are going on a hike, a run, or anything like that, it does tell you on your watch to stay clear of buildings and trees, because if you didn't do that, you will get this really funny zigzag. And this happens on ADS-B. You can see an aircraft flying quite happily and then suddenly what is that about? The sound effects aren't with that, by the way. Just made that up. I hope that made a little bit more sense for you. So yes, you can actually switch off your ADS-B in if you don't want to receive any information, or you can turn your ADS-B out, but your transponders are always on. So I hope that cleared up just a little bit more for you. There's also another system called WAM, wide angle multi-alteration. Again, it works on interrogating the radio waves. So a bit like those speed guns, it works out like the Doppler effect, how long it takes to come back. They can work out the speed using it that way. Data with ADS-B can involve lots of things, so the aircraft's ID, squawk code, altitude, speed, that kind of thing. It has quite a lot of information on that, but again, a pilot can withhold that data because it is, at the end of the day, kind of like data handling, which is why there was a this is off topic a little bit, which is why some private aeroplane owners were a little bit skeptical about adding ADS-B. They felt uncomfortable, shall we say, in case they flew just a little bit out of airspace or whatever, that kind of thing. But it is a requirement from the FAA for all aircraft to have an ADS-B receiver. Right, I think that is us done for the day already, because I think everything is back. Although the airfield is still open, of course, if you are here. It's just a personal choice if you want to hang on. But as far as I'm concerned, my day is pretty much complete. Now, I might pack up really slowly, just in case, because the light should get quite cool. But the airfield is still open at the moment. Yeah, I've got a feeling that's them all back.
Enjoy. Well, they're little, so they're
Alan Q, thank you very much for the super chat, a Guards March. Who's put thanks for the stream, Ted and Nikos, thank you as well. Pat Galloway, 4832, member for 20 months. Been an absolute amazing 20 months, thank you very much. Stuart G, thank you very much for your 8 months membership, 8 months of great streams, thanks Nikos and Ted. And JJ Leahy, member for 19 months, hard to catch stream live, but still around, thank you very much indeed. And I think that is us done, Ted, isn't it? Mark Moody, oi oi to you. Yeah, that'll do for the day, I think, for us. I think we're good, Ted. What do you reckon? We can always come back if things happen and we're still packing. Ladies, gents and teddy bears. Just want to say a massive thank you to everyone who's tuned in today. Yeah, we're gonna ride this out, and thank you very much. So as we always do, big thank you to the 48 Fighter Wing. Thank you so much for today. It's been amazing as usual. Thanks for what you do and for owning the skies. Oh yeah. And of course, oh, and happy Halloween as well. We're gonna try and do a show tomorrow. We'll see what we can do. And again, all our fans and members, thank you so much for tuning in today. It's been absolutely amazing. We've really enjoyed today. It's been a classic Lakenheath, like it always has been, and I hope you've all enjoyed today. And what we're going to do, for those interested in supporting the channel even more, please check out the next scene that's just about to pop on. I'm going to put you a little membership video, because it's really really important, the support that we get. If you've been on the show all day today, you would have heard some of these milestones: 2 years, 3 years, 30 plus, 30 plus months. Absolutely incredible and staggering, the amount. So thank you, all of you who are tuned in and listening up, and who have been long-term serving Ted Coningsby members. Thank you so much for that. Absolutely incredible. Oi, oi, how you doing? You all right? Yeah, it's been absolutely amazing. What's going on here? Well, we'll put the little membership on. Don't think there's everything all right. Everyone all right there? Yeah. Okay. Sorry about that, man. Just trying to work out what's going on over there. But yeah, thank you all so much for that. Absolutely amazing. But check out the little video I'm about to put on, and just have a look, have a read, and think about joining the Ted Coningsby squadron and the 3 levels of membership. Because at the end of the day, when you see how long our members have been with us for, it just goes to show the commitment and what we have to offer, and how good our squadron membership is. It really is. So I'm just going to put that on for you now. Take care. So my name's Nikos. I've been your cameraman and commentator of the Ted Coningsby channel today. This is our squadron leader, Ted Coningsby. You've been watching the Ted Coningsby channel live here at RAF Lakenheath. So for the last time for today, it is see you soon. Wish you well. Take care, everyone, and enjoy the video I'm about to put on if you've not seen it before. Oh yeah, ladies, sheds and teddy bears, welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel membership. I'm Nikos, I'm your cameraman and commentator. This is our squadron leader, Ted Coningsby. Just want to say a massive thank you to all our members. Guns up, and oh yeah. Take it away, Ted. Ladies, sheds and teddy bears, we want to say a massive thank you to all of our subscribers for getting us to where we are today. We have gone all over the country, from as far as Lossiemouth to Bryce Norton, and military areas such as air weapons ranges, low flying areas, heritage centres and special flights for TED 2. We cannot do this without your support, and your support will be rewarded. You can now join the Ted Coningsby squadron and help fund the channel to get us around the country and provide us with the funds for equipment to bring you better content too. We have 3 exciting membership levels with awesome YouTube perks to reward you back for your support. Our first level of membership is the Ted Coningsby squadron. You'll get a loyalty badge on YouTube, unique TCS emojis that you can use on comments and live streams, members only videos which include behind the scenes, deleted scenes, sneak previews and also music videos that Ted likes to play the electric guitar on. You'll also get access to members only Discord server and discount on all of our Ted Coningsby merchandise. All of this for just $1.99 a month. Oh yeah. Our second level of membership is the Posh Officers Club. This includes all of the squadron perks, private Posh Officers Discord chat room, Posh Officers discounts on all of our Ted Coningsby merchandise, and the poshness of supporting the TCS even more. This is just £4.99 a month. Our third level was inspired by many of our fans who have been supporting the channel massively. So we'd love to reward you back with this, and our third level of membership is the Ted Coningsby Fighter Squadron. This gives you a more personal experience with me and Ted, with exclusive live streams and content. You'll get a free Ted Coningsby Fighter Squadron patch, a private Ted Coningsby Fighter Squadron Discord chat room, a gold colour Discord username, and a higher discount on all of our Ted Coningsby merchandise. All this for just $25.99 a month. Ladies, gents and teddy bears, the Ted Coningsby channel cannot thank you enough for all your support. And it's this support that keeps the dream, keeps the stream. Thank you so much. Aw, yeah.